officials have restricted the increasing movement of ships, especially after NW1, an Indo-Bangladesh protocol route has become operational. Jalamarga Vikas project has been working relentlessly for setting up a new navigational law that would be equipped with state-of-the-art technology, loaded with features like electromechanical hydraulic automatic system, operations of mitre gates and radial gates, and remote control operations of all the gates from a central control room, which will enable free movement of the vessels in increased numbers. This project would be ready by 2023, making way for faster movement of vessels. Jalamarga Vikas project is mainly catering to the bulk and heavy industrial cargo, which helps the big industries and large corporate houses. Keeping this in mind, the Jalamarga Vikas project too was launched completely dedicated to common people, small traders, local businesses and local people in general. The Inland Waterways Authority of India is constructing more than 60 community jetties on National Waterways 1 for the benefit of around 7.5 crore people living on the banks of River Ganga in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal. These community jetties are expected to infuse economic activity in this entire belt, resulting in massive employment generation and overall growth for the locals. In order to leverage the potential of River Brahmaputra, 891-kilometer long National Waterways 2 from Sadia in Arunachal Pradesh to Dhubri in Assam, connecting Indo-Bangladesh protocol route was made navigable. Work on NW2 started in 2015, with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi embarking on an ambitious Sagarmala project, which aims at linking the entire country with the global market through Sagarmala and connecting the hinterland through waterways. In December 2017, two barges of 200-ton capacity, each carrying a total of 400 tons of cement from the Pandu port located in Guwahati to Dhubri port for a distance of 255 km were flagged off, resulting in avoiding about 300 km of capacity, old technology, time-taking movement of vessels have restricted the increasing movement of ships, especially after NW1 and Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route has become operational. Jalamarga Vikas project has been working relentlessly for setting up a new navigational law that would be equipped with state-of-the-art technology, loaded with features like electromechanical hydraulic automatic system, operations of mitre gates and radial gates, and remote control operations of all the gates from a central control room, which will enable free movement of the vessels in increased numbers. This project would be ready by 2023, making way for faster movement of vessels. Jalamarga Vikas project is mainly catering to the bulk and heavy industrial cargo, which helps the big industries and large corporate houses. Keeping this in mind, the Jalamarga Vikas project too was launched completely dedicated to common people, small traders, local businesses and local people in general. The Inland Waterways Authority of India is constructing more than 60 community jetties on National Waterways 1 for the benefit of around 7.5 crore people living on the banks of River Ganga in the states of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand and West Bengal. These community jetties are expected to infuse economic activity in this entire belt, resulting in massive employment generation and overall growth for the locals. In order to leverage the potential of River Brahmaputra, 891-kilometer long National Waterways 2 from Sadia in Arunachal Pradesh to Dhubri in Assam, connecting Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route was made navigable. Work on NW2 started in 2015 with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi embarking on an ambitious Sagarmala project, which aims at linking the entire country with the global market through Sagarmala and connecting the hinterland through waterways. In December 2017, two barges of 200-ton capacity, each carrying a total of 400 tons of cement from the Pandu port located in Guwahati to Dhubri port for a distance of 255 km were flagged off, resulting in avoiding about 300 km of road travel, reducing logistics cost and carbon footprint. NW2 has 4 differential global positioning system stations for safe navigation: Dhubri, Jogi Ghoda, Vishwanath Ghat and Dibrugarh, and 12 floating terminals: Hatsingimari, Jogi Ghoda, Tezpur, Selghat, Vishwanath Ghat, Niyamati, Singajam, Bogibel, Saikhoa, Dibrugarh, Oriam Ghat and Sadia for movement of specialized cargo, cement, timber, tea, coffee, oil, coal, rubber, pineapple, etc. Movement of goods through waterways from Dibrugarh to Kolkata started in 1844, but was stopped half a century back and has now started again with a new initiative which even facilitates oversized and overweight cargo movement from Kolkata. Companies like NTPC, NHPC, Power Grid and Needco require heavy and oversized cargo, and only waterways could transport those special cargo, and NW2 on River Brahmaputra have been a big help for them. National Waterway 2 will not only connect the northeastern region with Haldia and Kolkata ports and the hinterland through the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route by overcoming the most difficult and treacherous road and rail link. Exim cargo movement from landlocked country Bhutan has also made access to the sea through Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route through National Waterway 2. Pandu has been developed as a multi-modal inland water transport terminal equipped with various cargo handling facilities, transit sheds, open space, hard stands and many more. Rupees 100 crore has been invested for construction of low-level reinforced cement concrete jetty along with a high-level RCC jetty for round-the-year loading and unloading of cargo and railway BG siding. The first ever dry docking repair facility of the vessels in the northeastern region is also coming up in Pandu, with proposed investment of rupees 208 crore under phase 1. Presently, vessels in this region are ferried to Kolkata for dry docking repair. For seamless movement of cargo, a dedicated corridor is planned to connect Pandu Port with the national highway with the proposed investment of rupees 180 crore. A permanent Ro-Ro terminal at Dhubri has been constructed by investing 46.69 crore rupees. A temporary Ro-Ro service between Dhubri and Hatsingimari has been started. Ro-Ro service provides direct link between Assam and Meghalaya states, avoiding circuitous road routes of 220 kilometers. Ro-Ro terminals are also proposed at Hatsingimari, Niyamati Kamalwadi, and Maijan Dibrugarh to Singajan. IWAI has given Ro-Ro and Ro-Pax vessels to Government of Assam to facilitate movement of passengers and cargo. The lives and MV Rani Guide in Lieu has reduced the travel time between Majuli Island to Niyamati to just 12 km from 400 kilometers. Northeastern India is strategically located as it connects and offers huge opportunities of trade with the vast markets of Myanmar, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, and other East Asian countries. And the Act East policy of the government is aimed at capitalizing that opportunity by developing a cheaper, convenient, and safe mode of transport.
The Eastern Waterways connectivity, transport grid for regional connectivity with Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar will be strengthened to effective regional trade cooperation.
Main thrust is to develop waterways to connect all northeastern states with the mainland ports. Kolkata, Haldia through coastal shipping in developing northeast as a new economic and financial hub for the entire BBIN region. That is Bangladesh, Bhutan, India and Nepal. The entire region has natural gas reserves of 190 billion cubic meters, coal reserves of over 900 million tons, and oil reserves of over 500 million tons, large limestone reserves of around 5,000 million tons, and a forest cover that is 25% of the country's total forest area.
The Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is working day and night to connect the inland waterways with the coastal waterways so that trade and commerce by reducing the logistic costs can be made available to all parts of the country and our neighboring nation.
IWAI has its own footprint in South India, which starts with the West Coast Canal on National Waterway 3, a 205-kilometer stretch running from Kollam to Kottapuram, including Champakara and Udyogmandal canals are also navigable and connects the industrial corridor of Kochi to Kochi port. This is the first national waterway in the country having 24-hour navigation facilities along the entire stretch. The Ro-Ro service in Kochi has made life easy for the truckers moving towards the International Container Transshipment Terminal, Ballarpadam to Wellington Island, by ensuring free-flowing traffic. Ro-Ro vessels MV Adi Shankara and MV CV Raman are procured from Cochin Shipyard Limited under Make in India scheme, having the carrying capacity of 300 tons of goods, a dozen heavy vehicles. MV Adi Shankara and MV CV Raman are deployed to reduce the burden on this road, in particular to connect the port with waterways between Wellington Island and Bolgati Ro-Ro jetties. These two Ro-Ro vessels have been handed over to the Kerala Shipping and Inland Navigation Corporation, Government of Kerala, to facilitate movement of passenger and cargo. The NW4 runs along the Coromandel coast through Kakinada, Elluru, Kumannur, Buckingham Canal, and also through part of Krishna and Godavari rivers in South India. The canal section of NW4 is formed by a combination of Kakinada Canal, the Elluru Canal, Kumannur Canal, and Buckingham Canal. The Kakinada Canal runs between Kakinada and Rajamundry for a length of 50 kilometers. Goa has well well-developed ferry boats to transport people from one bank to another across the rivers. These ferry boats laid the foundation of inland waterways in Goa, which still continues. Goa has many rivers, and all of those flow out of the western Ghat and flow into the Arabian Sea. Floating jetty in Panaji was introduced recently, and 2 similar jetties are coming up in the state. River Information System is being planned for vessel movement, and NWS, NTCPWC and IIT Madras is preparing DPR. The National Waterway 111 is to be developed on the Zuari River, the largest river in Goa. The National Waterway 68 on Mandovi River is considered the lifeline of the state, and the National Waterway 27 on Kambarjua Canal. All the 3 national waterways are operational, and IWAI plan to upgrade and maintain those for carrying both passengers and cargo across the state. The financial capital of India, Mumbai, is badly hit by traffic congestion and snarls. IWAI has identified 12 inland waterway routes to connect Vasai, Kalyan, Thane and Navi Mumbai, which would serve as low-cost urban transport service, leading to end congestion and snarls on Mumbai roads, and would also help in development of the region. The Kaladan project was conceived and aimed at accelerating infrastructure and economic development in India and Myanmar. The project includes the construction of a deep water port at the mouth of the Kaladan River in Sitwe, dredging of the river to enable cargo vessels to navigate the river from Sitwe to Paletwa in Myanmar, construction of a river port at Paletwa in Myanmar's Chin state, and construction of highways from Paletwa to Maikwa on the Indo-Myanmar border. India and Bangladesh have a common history and have been close allies since the creation of Bangladesh in 1971, and both the nations have strong trading and economic relationships. Realizing the global socio-economic dynamics, both the nations have decided to further strengthen bilateral economic collaboration, giving boost to the bilateral trade utilizing the existing trade routes, developing cheaper, environment-friendly all-weather modes of transportation of goods and passengers. The Inland Water Transit and Trade Protocol between India and Bangladesh allows inland vessels of one country to transit through the specified routes of the other country. These protocol routes are Kolkata to Silghat and vice versa, 1,720 kilometers, Kolkata to Karimganj, Badarpur and vice versa, 1,339 kilometers, Dhulia to Aricha and vice versa, 270 kilometers, Silghat to Karimganj, Badarpur and vice versa, 1,437 kilometers, and Sonamura to Daudkandi and vice versa, 93 kilometers. Both the nations have 11 designated and declared ports of call and 2 declared extended ports of call on each side. India, Kolkata, Haldia, Dhubri, Pandu, Silghat, Karimganj, Dhulia, Maya, Kolaghat, Sonamura, Jogi Bhopal, Triveni and Badarpur. While in Bangladesh side, Narayanganj, Khulna, Mongla, Sirajganj, Ashuganj, Pangaon, Rajshahi, Sultanganj, Chilmari, Daudkandi, Bahadurabad, Ghorasal and Mukhtarpur. Out of total 2,704 kilometer navigable route, India has 869 kilometers, while Bangladesh has 1,835 kilometer share. Advent of waterways have rekindled the scope of cruise tourism and National Waterways 1, 2 and 3 especially. These cruise ships have connected tourism hotspots, wildlife sanctuaries, adventure locations, ecotourism, hill stations, lakes, historic monuments and glorious ghats of Varanasi. The National Inland Navigation Institute, NINI, NINI, in Patna, was established to develop human resource for inland water transport sector, provides induction, upgradation and professional development training to manpower for manning operation inland vessels and repair and maintenance as well. The institute arranges professional courses on hydrographic surveying, dredging and morphing. Making these national waterways navigable and operational will enrich local community in terms of trade and business, streamline transportation of goods and passenger, encourage tourism, and help the industrial and mining units to transport bulk cargo seamlessly. This would kickstart massive economic activity in hinterland, resulting in generating employment opportunity and maintain ecological and environmental balance.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have been informed that Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, is going to be joining us in the next 10 minutes. It's my humble request to everyone to kindly settle down, take your respective seats, and also, if I may request you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of this inaugural session and thereafter. Keep the mic on.
सहायक नदियों का भू क्षेत्र दुनिया के सबसे घनी आबादी वाले क्षेत्रों में से एक है। इससे पारंपरिक रेलवे और रोडवेज पर अत्यधिक बोझ पड़ा है, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप पर्यावरण को निरंतर खतरा बना रहता है। इस समस्या के दूरगामी समाधान के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने माल ढुलाई और यात्रियों की आवाजाही के लिए देश के विशाल नदी नेटवर्क का उपयोग करने वाले जलमार्गों की भूमिका को सुनिश्चित किया है, जो देश के सुदूर इलाकों को भी भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ जोड़ेगा। उन्होंने देश भर में 111 जलमार्ग विकसित करने की शुरुआत की और भारत सरकार के पत्तन, पोत परिवहन एवं जलमार्ग मंत्रालय के तहत अंतर्देशीय जलमार्ग प्राधिकरण को नदियों को कार्गो और यात्री आवाजाही के लिए सुगम बनाने के लिए सौंपा। जलमार्ग पर्यावरण के अनुकूल है, जहां ये एक तरफ कार्बन फुटप्रिंट को कम करते हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये किफायती भी है और इसमें बड़े और अधिक वजन वाले कार्गो को सुचारू रूप से ले जाने की क्षमता है। की समस्या भी नहीं रहती। भारतीय अंतर्देशीय जलमार्ग प्राधिकरण ने विश्व बैंक के सहयोग से जलमार्ग विकास परियोजना शुरू की, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग 1 के विकास को प्राथमिकता दी गई, जो वाराणसी को हल्दिया बंदरगाह से जोड़ता है। इसके अतिरिक्त ब्रह्मपुत्र और बराक नदियों पर जलमार्ग 2 और 16 के द्वारा इसे भारत बांग्लादेश प्रोटोकॉल रूट के माध्यम से उत्तर पूर्वी राज्यों के साथ जोड़ता है। राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग NW1 पश्चिम बंगाल, झारखंड, बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश राज्यों को एक साथ जोड़ता है और इनके प्रमुख शहरों और औद्योगिक गलियारों हल्दिया, कोलकाता, भागलपुर, मुंगेर, पटना, गाजीपुर, वाराणसी को भी आपस में जोड़ता है। जलमार्ग विकास परियोजना का उद्देश्य बल्क और हैवी औद्योगिक कार्गो का परिवहन करना तथा गंगा नदी के तट पर बसे गांवों एवं कस्बों को नदी में यातायात के एक माध्यम से जोड़ना है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने छोटे व्यवसायों, किसानों, स्थानीय व्यापारिक समुदायों की क्षमता को समझते हुए उनकी समस्याओं को दूर करने के लिए जलमार्ग विकास परियोजना के दायरे को विस्तारित करने का निर्णय लिया, जिसे जलमार्ग विकास परियोजना 2 नाम दिया गया, जो नदी के किनारे दुर्गम इलाके में बसे आम लोगों को समर्पित है। भारतीय अंतर्देशीय जलमार्ग प्राधिकरण द्वारा उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड और पश्चिम बंगाल राज्यों में राष्ट्रीय जलमार्ग 1 पर 60 से अधिक सामुदायिक जेटियों का निर्माण किया जा रहा है, जिससे गंगा नदी के तट पर बसे लगभग 7 करोड़ 50 लाख लोग लाभान्वित होंगे। इनके माध्यम से स्थानीय उत्पादों की आवाजाही आसान हो सकेगी। इससे इनके व्यापार के दायरे को बढ़ाकर स्थानीय अर्थव्यवस्था को भारी बढ़ावा मिलेगा, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप क्षेत्र का समग्र विकास होगा, जो बड़े पैमाने पर रोजगार पैदा करेगा। इन सामुदायिक जेटियों को 3 मुख्य श्रेणियों में वर्गीकृत किया गया: कंक्रीट फ्लोटिंग जेटी, HDPE फ्लोटिंग जेटी और फ्लोटिंग स्टील पॉन्टून जेटी। इन सभी घाटों में रैम्प, शेडेड वेटिंग एरिया, सार्वजनिक सुविधाएं, टिकटिंग काउंटर, एडमिन रूम, सोलर लाइट आदि सुविधाएं उपलब्ध होंगी। 15 मीटर लंबी, 4.5 मीटर चौड़ी और 4 मीटर ऊंची सामुदायिक जेटी के डिजाइन को IIT खड़गपुर द्वारा मान्यता दी गई। हाई डेंसिटी पॉलीएथिलीन से बने चौकोर मॉड्यूलर बक्से से इन जेटियों के फैब्रिकेशन की शुरुआत होती है। बक्सों को GI फ्रेम में सजाया जाता है, जिसे टी शेप गैंगवे कहा जाता है, जिस पर एल्यूमिनियम की चादर से डेकिंग की जाती है। इस तरह एक टी आकार का मजबूत प्लेटफॉर्म बन जाता है और उसके ऊपर टेंसाइल कैनोपी यानी कि छत बनाई जाती है, जो यात्रियों को धूप और बारिश से बचाएगी। सामुदायिक जेटी के बन जाने के बाद उसे स्पीड बोट से खींच कर ले जाया जाता है और तय जगह पर बांध दिया जाता है। इस जेटी को कभी भी कहीं भी ले जाया जा सकता है और तुरंत उपयोग में लाया जा सकता है। इन सारी सामुदायिक जेटियों को निर्माण के पश्चात स्थानीय निकायों और ग्राम पंचायतों को हस्तांतरित कर दिया जाएगा, जो आने वाले समय में इनका परिचालन और रखरखाव करेगी। हर साल बाढ़ के कारण गंगा नदी के बहाव में बदलाव आता रहता है और ऐसी स्थिति में इस तरह के सामुदायिक जेटी लोगों की आवाजाही को सुचारू रूप से बनाए रखने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएंगे। 80 घाट और कैथी, वाराणसी और गाजीपुर स्टीमर घाट में 3 सामुदायिक जेटियों का निर्माण किया जा चुका है। एवं 15 और जेटी वाराणसी जिले के राजघाट, रामनगर, बलुआ घाट, सामने घाट और डूंगरपुर, जमानिया, चोचकपुर, सैदपुर, भरौली, मझुआ, कंसपुर और शिवपुर में NW1 के वाराणसी बलिया खंड पर स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं। 250 किलोमीटर लंबे वाराणसी बलिया खंड में 15 सामुदायिक जेटी बनाए जाएंगे, जिससे उस क्षेत्र में आर्थिक गतिविधियों का एक नया अध्याय शुरू होगा। इन जेटियों में कृषि उत्पाद, फूल, मछली, अनाज और ऐसे अन्य स्थानीय सामान को निकट के बाजारों में पहुंचाने में आसानी होगी। सामुदायिक जेटी विशेष रूप से वाराणसी
हे गंगा मैया तुझे।
In ancient times, many civilizations around the world were known as river valley civilizations as they progressed and grew on the availability and potential of water. Ancient India, which flourished around the banks of the river Indus, was acknowledged as the Indus Valley civilization. Inland navigation played a big role in the growth of the nation, its sustenance and development, while furthering the progress of mankind. Indian river banks and their tributaries facilitated trade and travel through waterways, thereby leading to the mushrooming of many ancient cities and industrial towns. Waterways were the lifeline for transportation of goods and passengers in the early 19th century, before the extensive rail and road network crisscrossed the length and breadth of the country, which made India a powerful global economic force.
PM गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान भारत के इसी आत्मबल को, आत्मविश्वास को, आत्मनिर्भरता के संकल्प तक ले जाने वाला है.
Waterways are one of the most affordable modes of transport as they use the natural water flows of rivers and canals. Environment friendly, reducing carbon footprint. Post-independence, India, with a coastline of 7,516 kilometers, became one of the largest shipping country in Asia and a leading one globally. But the prospect of further growth remained unutilized because the country had only 12 major ports. Those had extremely poor connectivity with the hinterland. The Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi realized the urgent need of development of waterways in India and its economic potential for transportation of goods and passengers from the remote corners of the country to major ports. He envisaged the potential of waterways in India and announced development of 111 waterways across the country in 2015.
Ours is a government that is investing in waterways in a way that was never seen before. Domestic waterways are found to be cost-effective and environment-friendly way of transporting freight. We aim to operationalize 23 waterways by 2030.
He prioritized the development of the National Waterway 1 on the river Ganga, connecting holy city Varanasi with Kolkata and Haldia ports, and link it further with the northeastern states via Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route and waterways 2 and 16 on rivers Brahmaputra and Barak. The foundation stone of the multi-modal terminal at Varanasi was laid on 12th August 2016 and was completed in just 2 years. That is an engineering feat. Trial run of 2 vessels were flagged off, which carried newly manufactured cars of Maruti Suzuki from Varanasi to Haldia, West Bengal. History was created in the post-independence India when cargo ship M.V. Rabindranath Tagore, carrying 16 PepsiCo containers, embarked on its first ever journey from Haldia on 30th October 2018 and reached Varanasi in 9 days, only to be received by Honorable Prime Minister himself on 12th November 2018. The National Waterway 1 or Ganga Bhagirathi Hooghly River system is 1,620 kilometers long and is the longest waterway in India. NW1 passes through the states of West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh and serves major cities and industrial corridors: Haldia, Kolkata, Bhagalpur, Munger, Patna, Ghazipur, Varanasi and Prayagraj. The waterway has a much larger goal of connecting the entire northeastern states through Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route, creating strategically an alternative route for unhindered movement of cargo. Bulk cargo like cement, iron ore, coal and fly ash, crude oil and petroleum products, rock phosphate, timber, stone chips, manganese ore, agricultural produce, finished iron products from steel plants find it easy to transport through the National Waterways 1, which is economically viable, less cumbersome and reduces load of the road and railways transport system. Cargo movement through waterways have witnessed remarkable growth in recent years. That is 18.8 million metric tons in 2013 to 108.76 million metric tons in 2021-22.
अपने जलमार्ग के जरिए through waterways, if we could connect rest part of the country and also our neighboring nation, then it will be a greatest opportunities for our young entrepreneurs, producers, exporters, importers, all the business houses to explore this situation for the benefit of their own and as well as for the country.
Since the inception of the navigation lock at Farakka on the river Ganges in 1978, this has successfully facilitated movement of vessels carrying goods and passengers on National Waterways 1. However, limited capacity, old technology, time-taking movement of vessels have restricted the increasing movement of ships, especially after NW1 and Indo-Bangladesh Protocol route has become operational. Jalamarga Vikas project has been working relentlessly for setting up a new navigational lock that would be equipped with state-of-the-art technology, loaded with features like electromechanical hydraulic automatic system, operations of mitre gates and radial gates and remote control operations of all the gates from a central control room, which will enable free movement of the vessels in increased numbers. This project would be ready.
राजश्री सोल से सारे अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाइए।
This is how much.
Warm welcome to the PM Gati Shakti Multi-modal Waterways Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our respected Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji. May I extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Textiles, Minister of Commerce and Industry, Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Government of India, Shri Shripad Naik, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Tourism, Government of India, Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Khalid Mahmood Chaudhary, Honorable State Minister for Shipping, Government of Bangladesh, Shri Daya Shankar Singh, Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Surya Pratap Shahi, Honorable Minister, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Anil Rajbhar, Honorable Minister, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Daya Shankar Mishra, Honorable Minister, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Ravinder Jaiswal, Honorable MLA, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Tarun Rapoor, Advisor to our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Chairman of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, Shri Jayant Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, and Shri Manav Majumdar, Deputy Secretary General, FICCI. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. As per our Indian tradition, we commence new and auspicious beginnings with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. May I please request Honorable CM Shri Yogi Adityanath ji to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and requesting others to also join in.
या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for lighting the ceremonial lamp. Thank you to our esteemed guests. May I request you to take your respective seats. Atithi Deva Bhava. It is also our rich tradition to honor and welcome our guests. May I please request Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay ji to firstly welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji. Thank you. Warm welcome to Honorable Chief Minister. May I request Shri Bandyopadhyay to welcome Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister. I request Shri Bandyopadhyay to kindly welcome Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister. I request you, sir, to kindly welcome Shri Khalid Mohammad Chaudhry, Honorable State Minister for Shipping, Government of Bangladesh. I request Shri Bandyopadhyay to welcome Shri Shripad Naik, Honorable Minister. I request Shri Bandyopadhyay to kindly welcome Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Shri Bandyopadhyay. Thank you very much. I now request Shri Jayan Singh to kindly do the honors. Sir, may I request you to welcome Shri Daya Shankar Singh, Honorable Minister. Sir, may I request you to welcome Shri Anil Rajbhar. Shri Surya Pratap Shahi. To Shri Daya Shankar Mishra. To Shri Ravinder Jaiswal. And now to welcome Shri Tarun Kapoor. Sir, may I please request you to welcome Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan. And to Shri Manav Majumdar. Thank you, Shri Jayan Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that we were supposed to have Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, who was to join us virtually, but due to a technical glitch, he is unable to join us. May I request Shri Jayan Singh to do the honors? We have two more honorable MLAs to felicitate. Sir, if I may request you to kindly felicitate Shri Abdesh Singh, Honorable MLA. And also to kindly welcome Shri Saurav Srivastav, Honorable MLA. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, an extremely warm welcome to all present here with us today. The Inland Waterways Authority of India, under the aegis of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, has organized the PM Gati Shakti Multi-modal Waterways Summit 2022. The summit aims to bring a greater awareness about the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, highlighting the perspective of infrastructural development in the waterways. FICCI, as you're aware, is the industry partner for the same. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan launched by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi aims at providing the multimodal connectivity infrastructure to various SEZs and enhancing logistical efficiency. The comprehensive plan takes an integrated approach to implementing all existing and proposed infrastructural development initiatives in a planned and sustained manner. The summit will act as a networking platform for creating synergies between multiple key stakeholders from central government, state governments, industry, and think tanks, amongst others. With these words, I would like to now request Shri Sanjay Bandyopadhyay, Chairman of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, to kindly make his welcome address.
Respected Honorable Shri Yogi Adityanath Ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal Ji, Minister for Textile, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Sadvanand Sonwal Ji, Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Honorable Mr. Khalid Mahmood Chaudhary, Minister of State for Shipping, Government of Bangladesh, Honorable Shri Shripad Nayak Ji, Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways and Tourism, Honorable Shri Shantanu Thakur Ji, Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways, Honorable Shri Daya Shankar Mishra Ji, Minister of State Ayush, Government of UP, Minister Shri Anil Rajbar Ji, Ravin Jaiswal Ji, Daya Shankar Singh Ji, Minister for Transport, Shri Avdesh Singh Ji, MLA, Shri Saurabh Srivastav Ji, Honorable Madam Madhulla Jaiswal Ji, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Jain Singh, and from FICCI, Mr. Manam Majumdar. This PM Gati Shakti Waterways, Multimodal Waterways Summit has been organized to integrate the waterway on Ganga in Varanasi and Uttar Pradesh with different states with different modes. So Ganga, presently in the GMVP, which is the Jal Vikas project, World Bank funded, we plan to carry cargo and passengers from Varanasi right up to Haldia, includes 4 states, then using the IBP route through Bangladesh to the northeast, Assam, other states of Tripura. And this is a 2-day conference. This is the inaugural session. I welcome all dignitaries, all of you, all the delegates present, media present, that in these 2 days we can sit and actually come to concrete planning and implementation schedules to do this. Earlier on the day, there was an event in which few things were inaugurated. Honorable CM and the Minister inaugurated the 7 jetties, community jetties, and laid foundation of 8 jetties. Then MOU was signed for first indigenous hydrogen fuel vessel, which will be constructed by CSL, and it will be launched in Varanasi. MOUs were also signed for giving the vessels, the electric battery powered vessel, catamarans, for Varanasi, Mathura and Ayodhya, so that we can make people aware of the greener technology and make this greener technology more popular on river Ganga. Today, MOU will be signed for the state of Assam between IWI and CSL on the electric battery powered catamarans for Assam. And Honorable Minister will also be launching the Trade Facilitation Center for inland water coastal transport. I welcome all of you again for your participation in this summit, and I hope that in these 2 days, a lot of decision and discussion will take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Bandyopadhyay ji, for your very warm welcome address. May I now invite Shri Manav Majumdar, Deputy Secretary General of FICCI, to kindly address us.
Good evening and namaskar. Honorable ministers, esteemed dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor to be here for the PM Gati Shakti Multi-modal Waterways Summit 2022. I join Sri Bandyopadhyay in extending a warm welcome to all, including the dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important program for a multitude of reasons and factors. In the interest of time, let me just briefly touch upon two. First and foremost, the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is truly a transformative approach towards improving infrastructure, connectivity, building an efficient logistic system, and reducing our logistic cost. Next, the critical significance of multimodal waterways cannot be overemphasized. As we all know, waterways constitute a vital and cost-efficient component of multimodal connectivity. It's a means to sustain and develop a shared riverine ecology, ensure sustainable development, livelihood generation, employment creation, not only within the country, but across the region in the regional context, as articulated by and touched upon by Sri Bandyopadhyay in his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we at FICCI are honored to be associated with this prestigious event as industry partner. Our sincere thanks to the IWAI and Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways for kindly giving FICCI this opportunity. I wish the deliberations in the two-day summit a great success. Thank you for your kind attention. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Majumdar. I'd like to request Shri Jain Singh to kindly felicitate. We have on stage with us Srimati Mridula Jaiswal, Honorable Mayor. Ma'am, a very warm welcome to you to the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to her. Thank you. I'd like to now request Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, requesting him to kindly address us.
आदरणीय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, चीफ मिनिस्टर उत्तर प्रदेश, आदरणीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, आदरणीय श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, Honorable Mr. Khalid Muhammad Chaudhary, Minister for Shipping from Government of Bangladesh, Shri Shripad Nayak ji, Santanu Thakur ji, our ministers in the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, respected ministers from the state government, other dignitaries on the dais. It is my privilege to welcome you and thank you all for gracing this inaugural session of Multi-modal Waterways Summit at Varanasi today. Over the last few years, substantial work has been done by the Ministry and the Inland Waterways to develop the waterways, and the Jalmarg Vikas program has been running for the last 4 years. As a result of those efforts, today we had these inauguration of the jetties to ensure that the benefit of the work done reaches the common man all along the river. The investments that have been made in the last few years have resulted in substantial increase in cargo on the inland waterways, which has now gone up to 105 million metric tons, which was as low as 64 million metric tons just about 4 years back. Thanks to the cooperation and the support we got from the government of Bangladesh, the agreements that were there in terms of the protocol route, in terms of the coastal shipping agreement, the movement on the protocol route has also increased, and last year, the volume had gone up to 5.4 million metric tons, which is again a record that has been made. In the coming days, with the Gati Shakti program and the new national logistic policy, we expect that the multimodal movement of goods increases exponentially. And with the joint efforts of all of us, the infrastructure that has been created, we can surely put it to good use to find greener modes, cheaper modes, economical modes of moving cargo and reducing the logistic cost, which is the objective of the new national logistics policy. With that end, the conclave today and the deliberations we have in the next 2 days will be our guiding principles. And with your guidance and the guidance we get from the dignitaries and the deliberation of the conference, I am sure the waterways would be able to carry a much larger volume in the years to come with the collective effort of all of us. I thank you all once again, and I look forward for a very engaging and a fruitful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, for your warm address and giving us an insight. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now request Shri Khalid Mohammad Chaudhry, Honorable State Minister for Shipping from the Government of Bangladesh, requesting him to kindly address us.
PM Gati Shakti Multi-modal Waterways Summit 2022. Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable Ministers here, and my greetings to all esteemed guests present. At the outset, I think the Government of India and IWAI for inviting us to the PM Gati Shakti Multi-modal Waterway Summit 2022. It is my privilege and honor to be here. We are delighted and grateful that we can see eye to eye on many occasions and address bilateral matter to the best interest of the region. On this day, I remember the father of nation of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and the then government of India. The valiant leadership, unwavering courage inspired the people of Bangladesh to take up arms against the offshore force and clinch victory through Liberation War of 1971. I express my gratitude to the people of India for extending their bountiful hand toward the refugee of my country in 1971. I remember the 3 million Bengalis martyrs and the Indian soldier who did not flinch at the face of death and made the highest sacrifice. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh and India have stood as a friend and will continue to do so under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This friendship will endure and blossom further. Bangladesh has come out the LDC status, has achieved the lower middle income country status in 2015, has robust economy even in the face of adversities. We have adopted many mega projects in the last decade like Padda Bridge, Matarbari Seaport, Rupur Nuclear Power Plant, Padmabiri Rail Link, Metro Rail, Paira Seaport, Karnofuli Tunnel, Bangabandhu Railway Bridge Project, Hazrat Shah Jalal International Airport, Third Terminal 3, and many others. From all these projects, not only Bangladesh stand to reap benefit, but the entire South Asian region will be benefited. Ladies and gentlemen, I used to be connect with our neighbors, especially India, in a very possible way. Our connectivity through land, water, air would be strengthened by transport project. Not to mention the new opened multiple base. We have adopted BRCPI, Bangladesh Regional Connectivity Project 1, so that we can achieve a seamless connectivity in the sub-region. To that end, we have started transshipment, transit, inter-country trade of all type of goods and cargoes under the protocol on inland waterway transit and trade. Bangladesh-India trade through waterways was started in 1972. Now we have 10 routes through which bilateral trade is rising to look forward to further exploit our riverine route to increase to trade volume in future. We have railway track all over the country, and India Railway has the longest railway track in the world. So we seek to reap the benefit from all of our resource and pave the way efficient and sustainable connectivity. Respected guests, I am confined that every time we meet as a summit such this, we are going to find new horizon to develop our relationship and strengthen our ties. I again thank the government of India and those who have worked relentlessly to make this event a success. Long live India-Bangladesh friendship. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Shri Khalid Mohammad Chaudhry, for your kind address. We look forward to further fruitful ties between both the countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now play a short film on the PM Gati Shakti. Can we have the film, please?
देश की प्रगति को गति प्रदान करने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पिछले वर्ष पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान को लॉन्च किया था। पीएम गति शक्ति का उद्देश्य है 21वीं सदी के भारत के लिए मल्टी मॉडल और आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी का निर्माण।
आत्मनिर्भर भारत के संकल्प के साथ हम अगले 25 वर्षों के भारत की बुनियाद रच रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी को इस नेशनल प्लान से गति शक्ति मिलेगी।
इस कड़ी में लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट को कम करने और अमृत काल में देश की आर्थिक तरक्की में और तेजी लाने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। ये पॉलिसी लॉजिस्टिक्स स्टेक होल्डर्स के बीच सीमलेस कोऑर्डिनेशन में कारगर साबित होगी, जिससे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बढ़ेगी, उपभोक्ताओं को सही दाम पर सामान मिलेगा व किसानों और एमएसएमईज को अपने प्रोडक्ट्स का उचित मूल्य मिल सकेगा। इस पॉलिसी को अमल में लाकर देश वर्ष 2030 तक लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट में कमी लाएगा और उसे ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क के बराबर करेगा और भारत दुनिया के टॉप 25 लॉजिस्टिक्स परफॉर्मेंस वाले देशों में शामिल होगा। इसके लिए विश्व स्तरीय इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, आधुनिक वेयरहाउसिंग, डिजिटल प्रक्रिया और रेगुलेशन, ट्रेसिंग और ट्रैकिंग, ईज ऑफ अरेंजिंग शिपमेंट और टाइमलीनेस जैसे कंपोनेंट्स पर विशेष फोकस है। अर्थव्यवस्था के महत्वपूर्ण सेक्टर जैसे कोल, स्टील, फर्टिलाइजर, फूड ग्रेन, सीमेंट, पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी आदि के लिए सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक लॉजिस्टिक्स प्लान बनाए जा रहे हैं। डिजिटल इंडिया को लॉजिस्टिक्स प्रक्रियाओं से जोड़कर एक यूनिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म यूलिप तैयार किया गया है ताकि लॉजिस्टिक्स स्टेक होल्डर्स को आसानी हो और ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को बढ़ावा मिले। लॉजिस्टिक्स एफिशिएंसी बढ़ाने में भारत सरकार और राज्य एवं केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों की अहम भूमिका है। राज्यों के लॉजिस्टिक्स परफॉर्मेंस के आकलन के लिए हर साल लॉजिस्टिक्स ईज अक्रॉस डिफरेंट स्टेट्स यानी लीड्स सर्वे कराया जाता है। इससे राज्यों में लॉजिस्टिक्स फोकस के साथ साथ स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म की भावना को प्रगाढ़ करते हुए भारत सरकार राज्यों में लॉजिस्टिक्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास करने के लिए विशेष सहायता और सहयोग के लिए समर्पित है। देश में वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर की स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के लिए एक ई हैंडबुक भी तैयार की गई है ताकि स्टेक होल्डर्स इसका उपयोग करें और देश में ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स के अनुरूप वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर का विकास हो। साथ ही लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशंस के मुद्दों के त्वरित निपटान के लिए ईज ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक्स सर्विसेज पोर्टल ई-लॉग्स बनाया गया है। इसके द्वारा इंटर मिनिस्ट्री सर्विसेज इम्प्रूवमेंट ग्रुप मुद्दों का तेजी से हल निकालेगा और कारोबार को लाभ मिलेगा। कोविड महामारी के दौरान दुनिया के कई देशों में स्किल्ड मैन पावर की कमी के कारण सप्लाई चेन पर बुरा असर पड़ा था। इसलिए भारत में ग्रेजुएशन और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन की पढ़ाई के तहत लॉजिस्टिक्स एवं सप्लाई चेन से जुड़े कई कोर्सेज शुरू किए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही लॉजिस्टिक्स आधारित स्किल निर्माण पर भी फोकस है ताकि हमारी युवा शक्ति के लिए देश और दुनिया में बड़े पैमाने पर रोजगार के अवसर बने। एक सशक्त, एकीकृत और डिजिटल लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर से देश की अर्थव्यवस्था और बेहतर होगी और भारत विश्व पटल पर लीडिंग लॉजिस्टिक्स परफॉर्मेंस वाले देशों में शामिल होगा।
PM Gati Shakti, a new road for further economic development for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the launch of the website IWAI Trade Facilitation Center for Inland Water and Coastal Transport. It's an online portal for the users of waterways and coastal shipping to access relevant operational and commercial information regarding waterways. May I please request Sri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways in Ayush Government of India, to kindly launch the website, requesting Honorable Chief Minister Member Technical IWAI, and Shri Madhur Nair, Chairman and Managing Director of the Cochin Shipyard Limited, to on the dais to kindly exchange the MOU between IWI and Cochin Shipyard Limited for electric battery powered by hybrid catamarans for Assam. In the gracious presence of Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush Government of India, to kindly address us.
नमस्कार। आज की पीएम गति शक्ति मल्टी मॉडल वाटरवेज समिट में उपस्थित हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश की परम आदरणीय लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, भारत सरकार की 22 मंत्री, परम श्रद्धेय पीयूष गोयल जी, बांग्लादेश सरकार की मंत्री माननीय खालिद महमूद चौधरी जी और हमारे मंच पे उपस्थित भारत सरकार की माननीय मंत्रीगण, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की माननीय मंत्रीगण, विधायकगण, मेयर और आज इस सभा कक्ष में उपस्थित अलग अलग भारत सरकार की कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर की प्रतिनिधिगण, प्राइवेट सेक्टर की प्रतिनिधिगण और हमारे प्रिय पत्रकार बंधुगण, सबसे पहले मैं भारत सरकार की पोर्ट शिपिंग वाटरवेज मंत्रालय की तरफ से उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की सहयोग से काशी में 2 दिन का जो वाटरवेज समिट आयोजन किया गया है, इस बैठक में आप लोगों ने उपस्थित होकर बैठक को सफल बनाने में जो कदम आपने उठाई है, इसके लिए मैं आप सबको विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सबको मालूम है, हमारे देश के आदर्शवादी नेता, विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की मार्गदर्शन से आज भारत सरकार के अलग अलग मंत्रालय भारत को यातायात व्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाने के सिलसिले में कनेक्टिविटी और कम्युनिकेशन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मजबूत कदम उठाते आए हैं। और आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान और साथ साथ में नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी के जरिए आज देशवासियों को एक बहुत बड़ा भरोसा दिया है और देशवासियों का मन में आस विशेष रूप से उम्मीद जाग उठा है कि ये देश निश्चित रूप से एक आत्मनिर्भर देश बनेगा, क्योंकि आप सबको मालूम है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा कहते हैं कि ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन थ्रू ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। इसलिए जब तक हमारा यातायात व्यवस्था आधुनिक नहीं होगा, मजबूत नहीं होगा, तब तक हम अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत नहीं बना सकते। और आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 21वीं सदी में दुनिया के साथ, अलग अलग देशों का साथ हेल्दी कंपटीशन में भारत को शामिल करने के लिए और भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए जो दिशा उन्होंने दी है, इससे सभी भारतीयों के मन में सपना जाग उठा है, उम्मीद जाग उठा है और सबका यह मानना है निश्चित रूप से इसी व्यवस्थाओं को द्वारा हम अपने हर व्यक्तियों का शक्ति बढ़ाने में हम सफल रहेंगे और इस देश को सेल्फ रिलायंट इंडिया बनाने में हम सब सफल रहेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज 2 दिन का जो बैठक है, इस बैठक में अलग अलग सेशन रखा गया है और आज हमारे परम आदरणीय उत्तर प्रदेश के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने सुबह का जो कार्यक्रम उन्होंने जो हमें सहयोग की, इसके लिए सुबह का कार्यक्रम सफल रहे और आज ये कार्यक्रम विशेष रूप से जो टेक्निकल सेशन शुरू होंगे, इस टेक्निकल सेशन में आज हमारे बीच हमने आमंत्रण की है पीयूष गोयल साहब को, क्योंकि हमारे भारत सरकार की वरिष्ठ मंत्री भी है, अनुभवी है और हमारे राज्यसभा के नेता भी है। तो उन्होंने पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान और नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी दोनों कार्यक्रम में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन से पीयूष गोयल साहब ने बहुत मेहनत की है और इसके वजह से आज देश का हर प्रांत इस पॉलिसी का साथ जोड़ रहे हैं और मेरा ये मानना है कि अलग अलग मंत्रालय को जो दायित्वभार दी गई है, हर मंत्रालय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन से आज निष्ठापूर्वक लगे हुए हैं और उसी दिशा पर हम लोगों ने भी वाटरवेज की तरफ से भी ये 2 दिन का जो हमने बैठक बुलाया है, इस सेशन में वाटरवेज समिट कैसे हमारे जलमार्ग विकास हम कर सकते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जलमार्ग विकास के जरिए जनता की जो क्षमता, जनता की शक्ति दोगुना बढ़ाने के लिए और उनके उपार्जन और उत्पादन शक्ति बढ़ाने के लिए, सशक्तिकरण के लिए जो हमें दिशा दी है, जो विजन दी है, उसी विजन को साकार करने में हमारा मंत्रालय लगे हुए हैं और इसलिए नेशनल वाटरवेज 1 गंगा, नेशनल वाटरवेज 2 ब्रह्मपुत्र, ऐसे ही देश के अंदर कुल मिला के 111 नेशनल वाटरवेज है। इनमें से आज टेक्नो इकोनॉमिक फिजिबिलिटी रिपोर्ट का बाद 23 नेशनल वाटरवेज को हम लोगों ने इसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में लगे हुए हैं और अगले दिनों में हमारा यही लक्ष्य है कि हमारा जलमार्ग के जरिए जनता को अपने अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत बनाने के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा मौका मिले। इसलिए गंगा की दोनों पार हमारे 8 गंगा यानी कि जलमार्ग विकास प्रोजेक्ट 2 के मुताबिक हम लोगों ने 60 नंबर्स ऑफ जेटी हम लोगों ने निर्माण की है और 60 नंबर्स ऑफ जेटी के जरिए हमारी नदी का दोनों पार में बसे हुए जनता को अपने सामान इधर से उधर मतलब मार्केटिंग के सिलसिले में और सामाजिक हमारे रिश्ता को मजबूत बनाने के लिए, कल्चरल हमारे एक्टिविटी के लिए, एजुकेशनल एक्टिविटी के लिए, यानी कि हर चीजों पर हमारी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी बढ़ाया गया है, इस फैसिलिटी के द्वारा जनता का लाभ होगा। उसी हिसाब से नेशनल वाटरवेज 2 ब्रह्मपुत्र की दोनों पार में अलग अलग मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क के साथ साथ जेटी भी बनाया गया है। तो देश भर में इनकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को कैसे हम मजबूत बनाएं, इसलिए हमें जो विजन दी गए है मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030, इसके मुताबिक हमारी भी कार्गो हैंडलिंग फैसिलिटी जलमार्ग के जरिए हम अधिक मजबूत करें, यह लक्ष्य हमारा पास है। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पिछले 8 साल के अंदर जलमार्ग विकास के सिलसिले में जो विशेष ध्यान दिया है, विशेष मदद की है, इसके वजह से आज हमारे शक्ति बढ़ चुका है। आप लोगों को मालूम होगा 2013-14 तक हमारा कार्गो हैंडलिंग फैसिलिटी यानी कि कैपेसिटी हमारे 20 शिप्स 16 तक थे, 16 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन, और आज ये बढ़कर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की विशेष कदम के वजह से आज ये बढ़कर 109 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन हो गए हैं। यानी कि ग्रोथ आप हिसाब कर लीजिए, फ्रॉम 16 टू 109 मिलियन टन, 9 million metric ton. This is the growth in the last 8 years because of Honorable Prime Minister untiring efforts, visionary leadership. On the same line, in port sector also, our cargo handling capacity went up to 1,600 million metric ton per annum. It was only 800 million metric ton up to 2014. That is the difference of leadership. That is the power of Modi's regime, and this is the power of his personality, power of his vision. And I believe this is the way we'll have to proceed. And if we all could able to develop this better connectivity, I am confident that this nation is going to be the most powerful nation in the world. And as per the Modi's vision, every Indian will have the opportunity to prove their ability that India is the best, India is the best, India is the best. With these few words, I again special thanks योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, आपने बहुत हमें मदद की है और आपकी मदद के वजह से आज उत्तर प्रदेश काशी में 2 दिन का हमने वाटरवेज समिट आयोजन करने के लिए हमें मौका मिले है। और साथ साथ में पीयूष गोयल साहब आपने आकर हमें हौसला दी है, हिम्मत दी है, और अगले दिनों में हमारा काम एक साथ है, क्योंकि नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी के सिलसिले में भी हमारा पोर्ट का दायित्व है और मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान में भी हमारा प्रमुख भूमिका है। तो इसलिए बीइंग द लार्जेस्ट ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ द कंट्री, वी हैव टू ऑलवेज कनेक्ट विथ द अदर्स मोड ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, एंड आई बिलीव this is the way we'll have to proceed, and we will have to fulfill the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And I'm also especially thanks to the Honorable Minister from Bangladesh, Khalid Mohammed Chowdhury ji. You have come all the way to encourage us, and also you have expressed your willingness to work together with India and Bangladesh for our waterways connectivities. With these few words, I again thanks all of you. Please continue to cooperate. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind and notable address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister for Textiles, Minister of Commerce, Industry, and Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, to kindly address us.
हम सबके नेता, उत्तर प्रदेश के बहुत ही कर्तृत्ववान लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री माननीय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, मेरे भाई मित्र, और जो इतने पैशन के साथ पोर्ट शिपिंग सेक्टर हो, आयुष सेक्टर हो, हर विषय को बहुत ही गहराई में जाके तेज गति से विकास इन क्षेत्रों का कर रहे हैं, ऐसे हमारे केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, बांग्लादेश से खास इस कार्यक्रम के लिए और भारत और बांग्लादेश के बीच जो अटल संबंध है उनको और मजबूत करने के लिए आए मंत्री श्री खालिद मोहम्मद चौधरी जी, मंच पर विराजमान केंद्रीय मंत्री, राज्य सरकार में मंत्री, विधायक, महापौर बनारस की, अन्य अधिकारीगण, यहाँ उपस्थित इस क्षेत्र के साथ जुड़े हुए महानुभाव, मीडिया के मित्रों, भाई और बहनों, 8 साढ़े 8 साल हो गए इस सरकार को। 8 साढ़े 8 साल में जिस प्रकार की चुनौतियों को सरकार ने समय समय पे देखा, समय समय पे जूझा, उसको हम सब ने देखा है, एक्सपीरियंस किया है। गत 2-2.5 वर्ष तो खासतौर पे कोविड महामारी और उसके बाद जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय परिस्थितियां बिगड़ी हैं, इन सबको हम सब ने एक्सपीरियंस किया है। लेकिन चुनौतियों को कैसे अवसर में बदलना और कैसे देश की जो फाउंडेशन है, नींव है, उसको मजबूत करना, ये 2 विशेष माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के काम के पहलू थोड़ा बहुत मैं आपके सामने साझा करना चाहूंगा। 2014 से लगातार प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अलग अलग कार्यक्रम हाथ में लिए। कोई सोचे तो 15 अगस्त को स्वच्छ भारत की बात करना शायद प्रधानमंत्री के लेवल का काम नहीं है, लेकिन हम सब समझते हैं कि अगर देश को आगे बढ़ना है, देश में लोगों का स्वास्थ्य अच्छा रखना है, देश की छवि अच्छी बनानी है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर, तो एक स्वच्छ भारत तो अनिवार्य है। सरकारें आई, सरकारें गई, किसी ने कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि हमारी माता बहनें बहुओं के साथ, बेटियों के साथ कितनी हीन भावना होती होगी कि आधे से अधिक घरों में आजादी को 67 साल के बाद भी हम शौचालय नहीं दे पाए थे। करोड़ों घर ऐसे थे जिनके पास पक्का मकान नहीं था, करोड़ों घर ऐसे थे जहां बिजली नहीं थी। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी शहरों के बाहर जर्जर व्यवस्था में थी। अन्य अन्य ऐसे क्षेत्र जो कोई भी विकसित देश के लिए एक फाउंडेशनल रोल प्ले करते हैं, ऐसे क्षेत्रों पे पैरेलली, साइमल्टेनियसली प्रधानमंत्री जी ने काम शुरू किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे विशेष बल दिया। उनके ध्यान में है कि अगर कोई देश को विकास करना है, जब तक अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सिर्फ सड़कें बन जाए या रेलवे लग जाए, ऐसा नहीं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में पूरे देश में एक नेशनल ट्रांसमिशन ग्रिड बने, 1 नेशन 1 ग्रिड हो, जिससे 24 घंटे देश के कोने कोने तक बिजली उपलब्ध हो सके। देश में इनलैंड वाटरवेज की गाथा तो अभी अभी सोनोवाल जी ने बताई, कल्पना के बाहर वृद्धि हुई है। एयरपोर्ट्स लगभग 2 गुने हो गए, पोर्ट्स की क्षमता दुगनी हो गई। रेलवेज की जो स्पीड है, फ्रेट ट्रेन्स, आप सबको याद होगा 2014 के पहले 22-23 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा माल ढोती थी। सोनोवाल जी गुवाहाटी से आते हैं, मुंबई से गुवाहाटी 8 दिन लगते थे रेलगाड़ी को, मालगाड़ी को पहुंचने में। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने एक एक विषय को लगभग स्वयं मार्गदर्शन देके, कंटिन्यूअस गाइडेंस, और साथ ही साथ एक निगरानी रख के, वो बहुत स्ट्रांग बिलीवर है मॉनिटरिंग और एलोकेशन ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के। जब तक आप मॉनिटर नहीं करो कोई प्रोजेक्ट, और जब तक लोगों को जवाबदेही नहीं बनाओ आउटकम्स के लिए, तब तक काम पूरा नहीं होता है। और ये गत 8 वर्षों में जो अन्य अन्य चीजें, आप कल्पना करिए, क्या कोविड से आप जूझ सकते थे, देश जूझ सकता था अगर डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी से हर घर तक इंटरनेट नहीं पहुंचा था, बिजली नहीं पहुंची थी, शौचालय नहीं पहुंचे थे, 3 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों को पक्का घर नहीं मिला होता। कैसे हम कोविड का सामना करते? देश को लेकिन जिस प्रकार से एक रोजमर्रा की समस्याओं से निजात दिलाई गई है, ये एक फाउंडेशन है जिसके ऊपर पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान को हम एक, जैसे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी कहा कि अगर हमें देश को विकसित देश बनाना है, एक समृद्ध देश बनाना है, तो अगले 25 वर्षों तक इस देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो काम करना पड़ेगा, इस देश को जो मजबूत अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी है, उसके लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान एक प्रकार से संजीवनी का रूप लेके प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को समर्पित किया है। इसकी कल्पना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आज से 20 साल पहले उन्होंने कल्पना करनी शुरू की थी। मेरा आज मानना है कि विश्व में पीएम गति शक्ति जैसा कोई टूल कोई देश के पास नहीं है। मोस्ट डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज इन द वर्ल्ड डोंट हैव एनीथिंग लाइक पीएम गति शक्ति। जब वो गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री बने तब उन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे डेवलप किया जाता है, कैसे केंद्र सरकार काम करती है, कैसे राज्य सरकार काम करती है, कैसे सरकारों के अंदर भी डिपार्टमेंट साइलोज में काम करते हैं, कोई एकजुट होकर एक साथ विचार सम्मिलित करके इंटीग्रेटेड होलिस्टिक प्लानिंग की कोई कभी आज तक हमने सोचा ही नहीं, समझा ही नहीं कि उसकी क्या महत्व है। प्रधानमंत्री जी 2001-2 से ही सोचने लगे थे कि कैसे भारत में हम सबको जोड़ के एक अच्छा भविष्य दे सके, अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से प्लानिंग कर सके। कई बार वो विदेश वगैरह भी जाते रहते थे, देखते थे कि कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ने उन देशों को विकसित बनाया। तो हम सबने सुना हुआ है जॉन एफ कैनेडी का वो बहुत फेमस वाक्य, डिड अमेरिका मेक द हाईवेज और हाईवेज मेड अमेरिका ग्रेट। और मैं समझता हूं हम सब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़े हुए लोग इसका जवाब सही माने में भली भांति जानते हैं कि जब तक देश में आधारभूत सुविधाएं अच्छी नहीं होंगी तब तक कोई देश प्रगति नहीं कर सकता है, कोई देश समृद्ध या विकसित नहीं बन सकता। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज से 17 साल पहले वाइजैक का निर्माण किया, जिसके डायरेक्टर श्री टीपी सिंह साहब यहां सामने बैठे और मुझे लगता है आपको सौभाग्य मिलेगा उनको सुनने का। अगर शायद प्रधानमंत्री जी के बाद कोई उनका सबसे बड़ा फैन है तो मैं हूं। वाइजैक ये भास्कराचार्य इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड जियोस्पेशियल एप्लीकेशंस गांधीनगर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2005-6 में शुरू की थी। तब से ये जिज्ञासा उनके मन में थी कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को कैसे मजबूत बनाना है। और भाइयों बहनों, महाराज जी आपकी आज्ञा से मैं थोड़ा समय ले रहा हूं क्योंकि लोगों को समझ में आए कि ये क्या विषय है, पीएम गति शक्ति यानी क्या। और वाइजैक ने तभी से इस देश को एक अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड प्लानिंग का टूल बनाने का काम शुरू किया। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई लोगों को, कई एक्सपर्ट्स, कई टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड लोगों को इसमें जोड़ा, कई सेक्रेटरीज को जोड़ा, मंत्रियों को भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व किया। लेकिन ये उनका जो विजन था वो कैप्चर करना सरल नहीं था। आज मुझे प्रसन्नता होती है आप सबके साथ शेयर करते हुए कि गत वर्ष दुर्गाष्टमी के दिन जब पीएम गति शक्ति को देश के समक्ष लॉन्च किया गया, दुर्गाष्टमी उपयुक्त दिन था, दुर्गा शक्ति का भी प्रतीक है और गति का भी प्रतीक है। और दुर्गा माँ के आशीर्वाद से जो एक वर्ष की जर्नी रही है, ये वास्तव में अद्भुत रही है। कभी हमने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि देश का हर राज्य, इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ पॉलिटिकल एफिलिएशन, हर यूनियन टेरिटरी, आज तो लोकल बॉडीज भी पीएम गति शक्ति के साथ जुड़ना चाह रही। और यह स्थिति बन गई है कि लगभग 1500 मैप्स या लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा पीएम गति शक्ति के अंतर्गत तैयार हो चुके हैं केंद्र के द्वारा, और राज्यों की जो डेटा इसमें इंटीग्रेट हुई है वो जोड़े शायद 700 के करीब और लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा। अब ये मैप्स या लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा क्या है? ये बताती है कि देश में आज के दिन क्या सुविधाएं उपलब्ध है। एक मैप है जो देश के सब रेलवे लाइनें बताती है, एक मैप है जो देश के सब नेशनल हाईवेज बताएगी, एक मैप बताएगी देश के सब स्टेट हाईवेज, एक मैप बताएगा जितने रिवर्स हैं इस देश के, एक मैप पूरे फॉरेस्ट एरियाज को कैप्चर करेगा, एक मैप वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरीज को कैप्चर करेगा। अब तो ये ऐसा बढ़ते जा रहा है कि हमने एक लैबोरेटरीज, टेस्टिंग लैबोरेटरीज देश में कितनी है उसका भी मैप बना दिया। देश में स्कूल कितने हैं उसका काम चल रहा है मैप बनने का। अब ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टूल के बहुत आगे जा रहे हैं। और मीडिया के मित्र इसको गलत ना समझे जो मैं वाक्य कहने जा रहा हूं। ऑल दीज मैप्स, all these layers talk to each other. अब ऐसा ना हो जाए कि कोई बेसमझ लोग मेरा मजाक उड़ाने लग जाए कि ये मैप्स कैसे एक दूसरे से बात कर सकते हैं। These maps all are connected through APIs, जिससे ये सब एक इंटीग्रेटेड प्लानिंग का टूल बन जाते हैं। ये मैप सब ऐसे इंटरकनेक्ट हो गए, और मेरा टॉक टू ईच अदर का मापदंड कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि ये सब इंटरकनेक्ट हो गए। और अब जब हमें कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की प्लानिंग करनी हो, और माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी तो लगभग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मैन ऑफ इंडिया ही बन गए, विकास के एक प्रतीक के रूप में मोदी जी के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। जिस तेजी से एक के बाद एक यहाँ फ्रीवेज, एक्सप्रेसवेज, डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, इनलैंड वाटरवेज, एयरपोर्ट्स का निर्माण हो रहा है, अपने आप में एक मिसाल है। और जिस स्पीड से काम हो रहा है, ये भी शायद उत्तर प्रदेश छोड़ो, मुझे लगता है भारत ने कभी नहीं देखा होगा। अब ये सब प्लानिंग जब पीएम गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान के इन लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा, 2200 लेयर्स ऑफ डेटा के थ्रू हम प्लानिंग करेंगे, तो अगर कोई समझो एक्सप्रेसवे का प्लान बन रहा है, आज कैसे बनता है एक्सप्रेसवे का प्लान या रेलवे की नई लाइन? दफ्तर में बैठ के मैप बनता है, मैप के ऊपर लाइनें बनती हैं, फिर मौके पे जाके सर्वे होता है, सर्वे के हिसाब से अलाइनमेंट होती है, उसमें ग्रेडियंट वगैरह देखना पड़ता है। रेलवे में एक पर्टिकुलर टर्निंग कर्वेचर हो सकता है, रोड में अलग होता है, हाईवे का अलग है, एक्सप्रेसवे का अलग है, पुल का अलग है, फ्लाईओवर का अलग है, दुनिया भर के अलग अलग इंजीनियरिंग कंस्ट्रेंट्स होते हैं। इस सबको भी पीएम गति शक्ति में फीड इन कर दिया गया। तो जब कोई अलाइनमेंट, जब कोई प्लानिंग करते हैं, तो वो प्लान आज दफ्तर में, और फिर 2 साल का सर्वे, सर्वे के बाद लैंड मैपिंग करो कि भाई किसका लैंड हमें एक्वायर करना पड़ेगा, प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन करो, शुरू कर दो, आधे रास्ते जाके कोई एक छोटा सा पैच कोई रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट का निकल आए या किधर कोई वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी को टच कर रही हो या कोई और हाईवे निकल रहा हो जिसका पुल तो हमने प्लान किया ही नहीं, या कोई नदी चल रही हो और उस हिस्से में जाके ये रेलवे लाइन या आपका हाईवे गया जहां 1 किलोमीटर का ब्रिज लगेगा, जिसके कारण प्रोजेक्ट्स भी डिले होते हैं, जिसके कारण प्रोजेक्ट्स का कॉस्ट ओवररन हो जाता है और टैक्स पेयर का, देश का अमूल्य पैसा बर्बाद नहीं होता है। एक प्रकार से लोगों के काम भी नहीं आ सकता और कई बार तो दशकों तक कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स लटक जाते हैं। आज जब इन प्रोजेक्ट्स को पीएम गति शक्ति के माध्यम से निकालते हैं तो जो काम 2 साल में होता था वो आज सिंह साहब 1 हफ्ते में हो जाता होगा। अगर योगी जी ज्यादा प्रेशर डाले तो 2 दिन में भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि ये सब रेडी डेटा है। जब अलाइनमेंट को पीएम गति शक्ति में डालेंगे तो बता देगा कि कोई फॉरेस्ट टच कर रहा है, भाई इसको थोड़ा फेर दो, अलग रास्ते से निकाल लो। अगर कोई सेंचुरी आ रही है, आपके वहां दुधवा नेशनल पार्क है ना, अगर वो बीच में पड़ रही है तो समझ लो प्रोजेक्ट कभी खत्म हो ही नहीं सकता। लेकिन पीएम गति शक्ति पहले से वार्निंग दे देगा, भैया इसका अलाइनमेंट थोड़ा 3 किलोमीटर उस तरफ ले जाओ, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी से बच जाओगे। कोई नदी आई, कोई नदी एक जगह 1 किलोमीटर का ब्रिज लगेगा, शायद 1 किलोमीटर दूर चले जाओ कोई पतला हो जाए, 200 मीटर के ब्रिज से काम चल जाए। आपके और मेरे टैक्स दिया हुआ शायद 500,000 करोड़ रुपए बच जाए, काम भी जल्दी हो जाए और जमीन के रिकॉर्ड्स उसमें इंटीग्रेट करने से जैसे ही प्रोजेक्ट की अलाइनमेंट फाइनलाइज होती है तो सीधा किस किस की जमीन इस प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत आएगी। गुजरात में तो यहां तक ले गए कि उसका नोटिस भी पीएम गति शक्ति के थ्रू निकल जाता है, लैंड एक्विजिशन का नोटिस, कि भाई अलाइनमेंट तय हुई, वही मैप रीड करता है कि कौन सी जमीन चाहिए और वो नोटिस भी निकाल देता है कंप्यूटर से हाथ की हाथ। इतना इंटीग्रेटेड प्लानिंग टूल मुझे लगता है दुनिया में मैंने तो आज तक कभी किधर सुना भी नहीं है, देखा भी नहीं है, और इतना एफिशिएंटली काम करने वाला टूल तो शायद किसी को बनाने में और 50 साल लगेंगे। और भाइयों बहनों, ये सिर्फ प्लानिंग नहीं करता है, फिर उसको मॉनिटरिंग भी करता है और आपको बताते रहते हैं कि जैसे पश्चिम बंगाल में एक रेलवे लाइन आज से 45 साल पहले शुरू हुई थी और आज तक खत्म नहीं हुई है, वो स्थिति इस देश को कभी नहीं देखनी पड़े। वो बताता है कि डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो पहले 6-7 साल तक कुछ काम ही नहीं हो रहा था, उसको जो 2014 के बाद गति मिली है, ये अब हर प्रोजेक्ट को वैसी ही गति देने का काम पीएम गति शक्ति के माध्यम से किया जा सकता है। और उसी के साथ साथ जो नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी, अति आधुनिक पॉलिसी जो लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए एडिशनल फंडिंग भी देती है स्टेट्स को, जो बताती है कि भाई जेएनपीटी में पोर्ट बना, मैं महाराष्ट्र से आता हूं, वहां देश का सबसे बड़ा पोर्ट जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट सोनोवाल जी के नीचे आता है। आप यकीन नहीं करोगे, इतना बड़ा, इतना विशाल पोर्ट बन गया। रेलवे लाइन वहां से शायद 20-25 किलोमीटर दूर जाती थी, हाईवे भी 20 किलोमीटर दूर थी। जो आखिरी के 20 किलोमीटर थे वो दशकों तक कनेक्ट नहीं हुए, दशकों तक। अब पीएम गति शक्ति आपको आज ही बता देता है कि योगी जी आप जेवर में एयरपोर्ट बना रहे हो, आपका एक्सप्रेसवे वहां से 18 किलोमीटर या 22 किलोमीटर जो भी है, मुझे जानकारी नहीं है, दूर है। एयरपोर्ट के साथ साथ आप इस 22 किलोमीटर को भी जोड़ दीजिए। जिस दिन एयरपोर्ट खड़ा होगा, आपकी ट्रेन भी वहां तक आएगी, आपका एक्सप्रेसवे भी वहां तक आएगा, व्यक्ति प्लेन से उतरेगा या ट्रेन से या गाड़ी से वहां से निकलेगा और पूरा एंड टू एंड देश में कनेक्टिविटी सुनिश्चित होगी। यह है पीएम गति शक्ति का हेतु। नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी के माध्यम से देश में जो आज एक कई बार प्रतिक्रिया होती है कि 13-14% लॉजिस्टिक्स का खर्चा है, इसको हमें अंतरराष्ट्रीय मापदंड पे लाना है, यानी 8-9% पे लाना है। ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे जो लाखों करोड़ रुपए केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकारें खर्च रही हैं, उससे हम इस कॉस्ट को भी कम कर पाएंगे। और इनलैंड वाटरवेज का इसमें एक जो नया रूप, नए स्वरूप में जो मोदी जी ने जोड़ा है, जो विशाल तरीके से प्लानिंग हो रही है, वो तो इस खर्चे को बड़े पैमाने पे कम भी करेगा और साथ ही साथ पर्यावरण के लिए भी वो बहुत बढ़िया होगा, क्योंकि पर मेट्रिक टन ऑफ फ्रेट मूव पर किलोमीटर, पर मेट्रिक टन पर किलोमीटर बाय सी एंड बाय इनलैंड वाटरवेज will be far less than any other mode of transport. तो मैं समझता हूं एक साथ इतने सारे लाभ देने वाली जो कल्पना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की थी, जो विजन था, उनके अटक प्रयासों से, उनके मार्गदर्शन में, उनकी निगरानी में और टीपी सिंह साहब और इनकी पूरी टीम के प्रयासों से आज देश को समर्पित हुआ है। एक वर्ष में उसने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है। आगे और तेज गति से देश का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट करने में उसका बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। आप सब जो इस क्षेत्र के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं चाहूंगा कि जरूर कोशिश करें कि अहमदाबाद स्थित वाइजैग एक बार विजिट करें, देखें, समझें। शायद टीपी सिंह साहब भी कल कुछ लाइव एग्जाम्पल के साथ, अगर लाइव एग्जाम्पल के साथ दिखाएंगे तो आपको भी मजा आएगा देखने का, आपको भी लालच होगा कि आप भी इस्तेमाल करें इसको। और आगे चल के जो 5 प्रण लेके आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव हमने मनाया है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो हम सबको 5 प्रण दिए हैं, इस देश को अगले 25 साल के अमृत काल में एक विकसित देश बनाने का जो इस हम सबका सपना है, जिसको क्रियान्वयन करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी दिन रात प्रयत्न में लगे हैं, काम में लगे हैं, उन सबको पूर्ण करने के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति, नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक्स पॉलिसी, यूनाइटेड लॉजिस्टिक्स इंटरफेस प्लेटफॉर्म, ये सभी मिलके आपका भी काम सरल करेंगे, देश और देशवासियों की जरूरतों को पूरा करेंगे। और मैं मानता हूं जो उत्तर प्रदेश का सपना है और हर उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिक का सपना है कि एक एक व्यक्ति के घर में समृद्धि पहुंचे। जो पहला लक्ष्य योगी जी ने रखा है, इसको $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना, और जब भारत $30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी 2047 में बनेगा, तब उसमें उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 इकोनॉमी बने। उस सपने को पूरा करने के लिए हम सब साथ में काम करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सोनोवाल जी, आपने मुझे मौका दिया। योगी जी, आपने जिस प्रकार से उत्तर प्रदेश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को 4 चांद लगाए, जो गति दी है, मैं समझता हूं उत्तर प्रदेश ही नहीं पूरा देश आपका आभारी है। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind address and sharing the vastness of the PM Gati Shakti and its immense role in India's massive growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely grateful for the kind presence of our dynamic Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who has brought progress and upliftment to the state of UP. It is now my honor to invite Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, and may I request him to kindly address us.
पीएम गति शक्ति मल्टीमोडल इनलैंड वाटरवे कॉन्क्लेव 2022 के आज के इस कार्यक्रम में केंद्रीय वस्त्र, वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग, उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य और सार्वजनिक वितरण मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, भारत सरकार के पत्तन, जल परिवहन एवं आयुष मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, बांग्लादेश सरकार के माननीय मंत्री श्री खालिद महमूद चौधरी जी, मंच पर उपस्थित माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्रीगण, माननीय श्री श्रीपद नायक जी, श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी, प्रदेश सरकार के मेरे सभी सहयोगी मंत्रीगण, भारत सरकार के सभी अधिकारीगण, प्रदेश सरकार के भी सभी अधिकारीगण, इस आयोजन में सहयोग कर रहे फिक्की के सभी पदाधिकारी और उपस्थित भाइयों बहनों, मैं सबसे पहले भारत सरकार के पोत परिवहन मंत्रालय को हृदय से धन्यवाद दूंगा कि उन्होंने पीएम गति शक्ति मल्टी मॉडल इनलैंड वाटरवे के इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन नगरी भगवान भोलेनाथ की इस पावन नगरी काशी में किया है। और ये हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि काशी से इस देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी यहाँ के सांसद के रूप में देश की संसद में प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विगत 8.5 वर्षों के दौरान वाराणसी ने, उत्तर प्रदेश ने और देश ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो एक नई ऊंचाइयां प्राप्त की हैं और सबके सामने है। उत्तर प्रदेश की ही जब मैं बात करता हूं या देश की ही हम बात करते हैं, अक्सर आप देखते होंगे उत्तर प्रदेश में एक ब्रिज बना था आज से लगभग 30 वर्ष पहले सरयू नदी में। उस पे हर वर्ष रिपेयरिंग का कार्य करना पड़ता है। ऐसे आप पटना में जाएंगे, आपको यही देखने को मिलेगा, उसका एक लेन तो हमेशा रिपेयर में रहता है। एक दिखाता कि प्लानिंग का अभाव, अगर उस समय टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करते हुए कोई पीएम गति शक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म मौजूद होता तो संभवतः ब्रिज का निर्माण कहां पे होना है और उसके कारण कार्य की क्वालिटी के साथ साथ कार्य की समयबद्धता को, टाइम बाउंड कार्य हो सके, उन सभी की दृष्टि से आज ये प्लेटफॉर्म बहुत उपयोगी साबित हो रहा है। और मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि विगत यद्यपि यह 1 वर्ष पहले लॉन्च हुआ है, लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के, उनके मार्गदर्शन में और उनके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश ने विगत 5.5 वर्ष के अंदर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट में एक नई नया स्थान प्राप्त किया है। आज उत्तर प्रदेश में अगर हम सड़क परिवहन की दृष्टि से देखेंगे तो हम लोग वर्तमान में प्रदेश के अंदर केंद्र और राज्य सरकार दोनों की मदद से लगभग 12 से 13 एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के निर्माण कार्यक्रम को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। इंटर स्टेट कनेक्टिविटी उत्तर प्रदेश की, वे नेपाल से हों, बिहार, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, हरियाणा, उत्तराखंड, इन सबको 4 लेन की कनेक्टिविटी के साथ हम लोगों ने इस कनेक्टिविटी को दिया है। रोड कनेक्टिविटी को 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ा है। उत्तर प्रदेश का यह सौभाग्य है कि ईस्टर्न एंड वेस्टर्न फ्रेट कॉरिडोर यह उत्तर प्रदेश से होकर के गुजरता है और इसका जो जंक्शन है वह उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ही बोड़ाकी नामक स्थान पर आता है, जो हमारे लिए लॉजिस्टिक हब का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र बनने जा रहा है। एयर कनेक्टिविटी में उत्तर प्रदेश ने एक नई ऊंचाइयां प्राप्त की हैं। मैं भी 1 सप्ताह पहले बलिया में था। उत्तर प्रदेश का एकदम उत्तर पूर्व कोना पड़ता है, तो मैं वहां उस जनपद में था। एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन की ओर से मुझे इस बात के लिए अनुरोध किया गया था कि मैं एक फ्लैग ऑफ करूं, वहां से कुछ सब्जियां यहां से एक्सपोर्ट होनी है। तो मैं वहां गया था कार्यक्रम में, मैंने फ्लैग ऑफ किया, मैंने देखा सब्जियां बहुत ताजी थी, अच्छी थी। मैंने कहा कैसे करेंगे, कैसे लेके जाएंगे? उन्होंने कहा नहीं, यहां से जाएगा, यहां से कार्गो से वाराणसी से ये दुबई जाएगा। आप अनुमान कर सकते हैं कि बलिया से, देवरिया से, कुशीनगर से, गाजीपुर से, जौनपुर से, चंदौली से, इन जनपदों से जब कृषि उत्पाद एक्सपोर्ट होने लग जाए तो यह किसान की आमदनी को कई गुना बढ़ाता तो है ही, साथ साथ उसके मन में एक विश्वास भी जागृत करता है। उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में कहा जाता था कि उत्तर प्रदेश एक लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट है, और हम लोग खासतौर पर इस बात को लेकर के हमेशा, क्योंकि जब भी हम अपने किसानों को इस बारे में कहते थे कि आप अपने उत्पाद को यहां से अच्छी क्वालिटी का उत्पाद प्रोडक्ट दीजिए, उसको यहां से एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे, लेकिन वो पिटता था वहां पर जब उसकी कॉस्ट ज्यादा आती थी। तो हमसे मांग होती थी एक्सपोर्ट सब्सिडी हमें दीजिए, या तो हम एक्सपोर्ट सब्सिडी देकर के पोर्ट तक पहुंचाने का उसका खर्चा स्वयं सरकार वहन करे, और अन्यथा हम कोई ऐसी फैसिलिटी उसको दें जिससे वह उस कंपटीशन में कहीं ठहर सके, जो किसी इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में वह अपने आप को स्थापित कर सके। इसमें वो पिछड़ता था। लेकिन हम आभारी हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कि देश का पहला इनलैंड वाटरवे वाराणसी टू हल्दिया के बीच में उन्होंने प्रारंभ किया है, और आज उसकी यहां वाराणसी में हम लोगों ने 15 जेटी जो यहां से यात्रियों को ले जाने और उस परिवहन की सुविधा को तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने में मदद करेंगे, कुछ का लोकार्पण किया है, कुछ का हम लोगों ने शिलान्यास का कार्यक्रम संपन्न किया है। कोरोना कालखंड में हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश से, कोरोना कालखंड में आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारी गतिविधियां एक प्रकार से बाधित हो गई थी, लेकिन एग्रीकल्चर का एकमात्र सेक्टर ऐसा था जिसमें ग्रोथ आया था, और उस समय हम लोगों ने यहां से बहुत सारी सब्जियां और बहुत सारे फ्रूट्स यहां से एक्सपोर्ट किए थे, और उसमें भी इनलैंड वाटरवे का हम लोगों ने सहयोग लिया था। यहां से आम भी बाहर गए थे, अमरूद गए थे, ड्रैगन फ्रूट का भी उत्पादन हमारे यहां के उत्तर प्रदेश के कुछ किसानों ने प्रारंभ किया था। ये सभी सुविधाएं प्राप्त होने का आज परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। और मेरा मानना है कि अगर पहले ऐसा नहीं कि जल परिवहन की सुविधा पहले लोग न लेते रहे हों, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जल मार्ग से आज से 35 साल, 40 साल, 50 साल पहले बड़ी बड़ी नौकाओं के माध्यम से यहां पर कोयला आता था, यहां से गुड़ और खाद्यान्न यहां से फिर दूसरे बाजारों में जाता था। लेकिन समय के बाद हिमालय से आने वाली नदियों में अधिक सिल्ट होने के नाते नदियां छिछली होती गईं, उसका उपयोग बंद होता गया और लोगों ने सड़क मार्ग का और मालगाड़ियों का उपयोग करना शुरू किया। जब यह ज्यादा महंगा साबित होने लग गया तो यहां से लोगों ने प्लान करना शुरू किया। जो लोग पहले यहां से उत्पादन करके अपने माल को मार्केट में बेचने का काम करते थे या भेजने का काम करते थे, जब उनके पास कार्य नहीं रह गया तो उन्होंने प्लान करना शुरू किया। वे यहां से प्लान किए। याद करिए पिछले 60-70 वर्षों के इस प्लान के इतिहास को। पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश से कभी दक्षिण पूर्व एशिया के देशों के लिए और दुनिया के तमाम अन्य देशों के लिए बड़े पैमाने पर मजदूर बनकर के गए लोग। फिर उसके बाद यहां से कोलकाता के लिए लोग गए। जब कोलकाता का उद्योग ट्रेड यूनियन का शिकार हुआ तो फिर वहां के बाद लोगों ने मुंबई के लिए और देश के अन्य भागों के लिए प्रस्थान किया। कोरोना कालखंड में जब लॉकडाउन लगा तो पीयूष जी हमेशा फोन से इस बात के लिए नाराज होते थे, क्या हम करेंगे, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग कहां जाएंगे। और ये मुझसे कहते थे कि आप लोग उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जो प्रवासी कामगार श्रमिक आएंगे इनकी व्यवस्था कैसे करेंगे। तो मैंने कहा एक संख्या कितनी होगी। उन्होंने कहा इस संख्या 1 करोड़ तक पहुंचेगी। मैंने कहा 1 करोड़ ने, उत्तर प्रदेश की आबादी 25 करोड़ है, 1 करोड़ लोग तो यहां आसानी से आ जाएंगे, आप चिंता क्यों कर रहे हैं इसकी। मैंने कहा इससे उत्तर प्रदेश से बिल्कुल निश्चिंत रहिए। और उत्तर प्रदेश में 40 लाख प्रवासी कामगार और श्रमिक उस दौरान आए थे। हमने एक काम जरूर किया था, जितने लोग आ रहे थे उत्तर प्रदेश से उन सभी नाकों में हम लोगों ने अपनी टीम रखी थी। उन लोगों को रहने की व्यवस्था, उनके खाने की व्यवस्था, उनका मेडिकल चेकअप की व्यवस्था और साथ साथ उनकी स्किल मैपिंग भी हम करते थे। स्किल मैपिंग के माध्यम से कौन व्यक्ति क्या काम, कौन कंप्यूटर ऑपरेटर है, कौन व्यक्ति ड्राइवर है, कौन टेलर मास्टर है, कौन व्यक्ति श्रमिक है, कौन व्यक्ति किस फील्ड में काम करता है, इन सब की स्किल मैपिंग भी हम लोगों ने की। और फिर वहां से हम उनको उनके जनपद की बसेस में पूरी सूची के साथ भेजते थे कि इतने लोग हैं, इनमें से ये लोग इस कार्य में लगेंगे, इनको इसी प्रकार के कार्य के साथ जनपद में जोड़ने का कार्य भी करेंगे। अब आश्चर्य करेंगे कि हम लोगों ने लॉकडाउन को छोड़ दें, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर पूरे कोरोना कालखंड में एक भी उद्योग बंद नहीं होने दिया था। हमने वहां पर कुछ सावधानी रखी थी। सावधानी के रूप में हम लोगों ने वहां पे कुछ कार्यक्रम किए थे, क्योंकि तब तक तकनीक का बेहतरीन उपयोग होना प्रारंभ हुआ था। कोविड हेल्प डेस्क बनाए, कोविड केयर सेंटर भी जहां आवश्यकता पड़ी कि 10 से अधिक लोग कहीं कार्य कर रहे हैं, वहां पे हमने कोविड केयर सेंटर दिए। जब सेकेंड वेव के दौरान ऑक्सीजन की कमी पड़ी तो हम लोगों ने वहां पे ऑक्सीजन के सिलेंडर भी उपलब्ध कराए और ऑक्सीजन जहां आवश्यकता पड़ती थी वहां ऑक्सीजन के प्लांट भी हम लोगों ने लगवाए। लेकिन कार्य रुकना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि कार्य रुकेगा तो बड़ी पैमाने पे लोग बेरोजगारी छाएगी, लोग सड़कों पे आएंगे, अव्यवस्था फैलेगी। यह नहीं होने देना है और उसका परिणाम हम सबके सामने रहा। यह प्रेरणा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की थी। उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में कोविड प्रबंधन का कार्य करना है। पीएम साहब ने एक नारा दिया, सबसे पहले आपको याद होगा, जीवन और जीविका को बचाने की। पहले जान है जहान है, फिर जीवन और जीविका दोनों को बचाने की। फिर उन्होंने नारा दिया था कि जो जहां है वहीं उपचार कराओ। तो लोग उसकी बात, इससे पहले की कुछ बात समझ पाते, हम लोगों ने अपने यहां की सभी आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्तियों को इसकी ट्रेनिंग दी और हम लोगों ने कहा आप डोर टू डोर जाकर के स्क्रीनिंग करिए। जिस घर में कोई व्यक्ति फीवर से पीड़ित है, उसमें कुछ भी लक्षण आ रहे हैं, उसको वहीं घर में उसको क्वारंटीन करके वहीं उपचार की सुविधा दो। और डॉक्टर वहीं जाके देखें, वहीं से उनका सैंपल लें और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर यह भी सुविधा दी जाए कि जिनमें सामान्य लक्षण हैं, जो घर में ठीक हो सकते हैं, उनको घर में, और जिनमें थोड़ी भी गंभीरता होती है उनको तत्काल हम लोग बेहतरीन सर्विलांस के माध्यम से उन्हें डेडिकेटेड कोविड हॉस्पिटल में पहुंचा के उनको उपचार की सुविधा उपलब्ध करवा दें। लेकिन तकनीक का उपयोग हर एक स्तर पर होता रहा और मुझे लगता है कोविड प्रबंधन में जैसे तकनीक की बड़ी भूमिका थी, एक साथ 10 करोड़ किसानों तक पीएम साहब एक क्लिक करके पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि का लाभ उनके घर तक पहुंचाते थे। एक साथ 8 करोड़ उज्ज्वला योजना के लाभार्थियों को कोई लाभ देना है, उनके घर तक वो लाभ पहुंच जाता था। ऐसे ही सुविधा का लाभ, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट का कार्य एक सस्टेनेबल ढंग से आगे बढ़ सके, टाइम बाउंड हो, इसके लिए पीएम गति शक्ति मास्टर प्लान एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म आ चुका है। और मेरा मानना है उत्तर प्रदेश में इनलैंड वाटरवे की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। अगर हम देश के अंदर की बात करते हैं तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उत्तर प्रदेश इस मामले में सबसे धनी राज्य माना जाएगा, जिसमें पर्याप्त मात्रा में जल संसाधन मौजूद है और हिमालय से आने वाली सदाबहार नदियों के माध्यम से जहां पर इन संभावनाओं को बहुत अच्छे ढंग से आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। मैं पीयूष जी का भी और सोनोवाल जी के भी संज्ञान में इस बात को लाना चाहूंगा कि हिमालय से आने वाली नदियों में सिल्ट बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे आता है और उसके कारण नदियां छिछली हुई हैं, वो फैली हैं बहुत। जब हम लोग 2017 में आए थे, उत्तर प्रदेश में 38 जनपद ऐसे थे जो बाढ़ से प्रभावित होते थे। हर वर्ष बाढ़ का प्रभाव उसमें पड़ता था, थोड़ी भी बारिश पड़ती थी बाढ़ आ जाती थी और उसमें सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए खर्च होते थे और उस पैसे के नाम पर बहुत जगह तो लूट खसोट होती थी। हम लोग आए, आखिर इसका समाधान क्या हो सकता है? तो मैं एक जगह गया था जहां हर वर्ष लगभग 125 करोड़ रुपए खर्च होते थे केवल बाढ़ प्रबंधन के नाम पे। मुझे बड़ा अजीब सा लगा 2017 में ही। मैंने कहा ये काम करो, इस कार्य नहीं होगा इस बार बाढ़ आने दो। लेकिन मुझे उसी जगह से अगले दिन जाना पड़ा था, तो मैंने अपने हेलीकॉप्टर के जो चॉपर का जो पायलट था उससे मैंने कहा ये काम करो, थोड़ा इसको नीचे करके मुझे दिखाओ क्या है ये। मैं वहां पे गया था, तो मैंने वापस आने के बाद फिर बैठक की और मैंने संबंधित विभाग से कहा, मैंने कहा अगर हम लोग बाढ़ प्रबंधन की बजाय वहां पे नदी को चैनलाइज कर लें। उन्होंने कहा ये कैसे हो पाएगा? मैंने कहा ड्रेजिंग करके। कहा कैसे हो पाएगा? मैंने कहा ड्रेजर मंगाओ। उन्होंने कहा ड्रेजर तो हमारे पास है। तो मैंने कहा जो है उसका उपयोग तो करो। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि जिस पे 125 करोड़ रुपए खर्च होते थे, मात्र 5 करोड़ रुपए में हम लोगों ने ड्रेजिंग करके पूरी नदी को 12 किलोमीटर चैनलाइज कर लिया था। और आज आप देख रहे होंगे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बामुश्किल 4 से 5 जनपदों में बाढ़ आती है और इसको भी हम बहुत शीघ्र नियंत्रित करेंगे। और मेरा मानना है इनलैंड वाटरवे की दृष्टि से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर किसानों की आमदनी को और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत की इस परिकल्पना को साकार करना है, तो आत्मनिर्भरता के इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए कृषि उत्पाद के लिए खाद्यान्न में उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 पर है, शुगर प्रोडक्शन में नंबर 1 पर है, दुग्ध उत्पादन में उत्तर प्रदेश नंबर 1 पर है। उत्तर प्रदेश एमएसएमई का उत्तर प्रदेश में सबसे बड़ा जो क्लस्टर है देश के अंदर वो यूपी के अंदर मौजूद है और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के ही मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपने एमएसएमई को 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट के नाम पर पूरे देश के अंदर उसको प्रमोट करने का, उसके प्रमोशन करने के लिए जो कार्यक्रम चलाए हैं, ये सभी कार्यक्रमों को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो मैंने पहले ही बताया कि 1 वर्ष के अंदर इनलैंड वाटरवे की सुविधा का लाभ लेकर के उत्तर प्रदेश ने अकेले वाराणसी के आसपास के जनपदों से हम लोगों ने 3,700 करोड़ रुपए के एमएसएमई के प्रोडक्ट को एक्सपोर्ट किया है। स्वाभाविक रूप से ढेर सारी संभावनाएं उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर मौजूद हैं और इन सभी संभावनाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आभारी हैं और मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कि आज पीएम गतिशक्ति के नेशनल मास्टर प्लान के इनलैंड वाटरवे कॉन्क्लेव का 2 दिवसीय आयोजन के लिए वाराणसी, जो हमारी सांस्कृतिक राजधानी कही जाती है, उस वाराणसी में यह कार्यक्रम आज आयोजित हो रहा है। इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में हम उन सभी संभावनाओं को देखेंगे जिन संभावनाओं से हम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस संकल्प को जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने में मदद मिलेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है यह कोई ठोस निष्कर्ष पर पहुंच करके और आगामी योजनाओं को राज्य सरकार के साथ, लोकल प्रशासन के साथ मिलकर के हम इसको पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ क्रियान्वित करने का कार्य करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर से इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्क्लेव के अवसर पर इस पूरे आयोजन के प्रति अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं कि बाबा भोलेनाथ, बाबा विश्वनाथ जी की कृपा से और मां गंगा की कृपा से ये पूरा कॉन्क्लेव अपने निष्कर्षों को प्राप्त करेगा। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, for your noteworthy address. Under your leadership and vision, Uttar Pradesh has led the way in sustainable growth in all sectors. I'd like to now request Shri Jayant Singh, Vice Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, requesting him to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you. The PM Gati Shakti, National Master Plan, NLP, NIP, they all aim to provide a concerted, cohesive and a comprehensive vision, a sense of mission to ensure efficiency, effectiveness in logistics sector, setting in motion a virtuous cycle of productivity and cost effectiveness in our economy, the country and the region at large. And today, on behalf of IWI and the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for all our distinguished delegates, guests and participants who have graced this occasion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the CM Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, Union Minister of Commerce, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Union Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways and Ayush, Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, Minister of State for Shipping, Government of Bangladesh, Shri Khalid Mahmood, Union Minister of State for Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Naik and Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, respective ministers from Government of Uttar Pradesh and other distinguished guests on the dais, a very special thanks to you all. A special thanks to other officers from the state and central government who have graced this occasion and worked hard to make this event a success. A special thanks to FIC FAQ and our knowledge partner PwC, and we are grateful to the district administration, state and central government agencies, government of UP for their support in the conduct of this program. And finally, I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart our distinguished guests and participants from friendly foreign countries, from trade and industry, and my colleagues from the central and state government. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Requesting all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we conclude the inaugural session. We will now have the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all to kindly remain with us. We do not have a tea-coffee break now. Tea and coffee will be served here. There is also a breakout session at the conference hall on first floor, which is a special session on the state of Uttar Pradesh. Requesting all to kindly remain with us for the plenary session. Chair.
Took place during the inaugural session also, and basically we all understand what this whole concept is about, but I'll just very briefly tell you what I understand, and then we have the experts here who will further dwell on it. Now, this concept has come from the Honorable Prime Minister himself, and the idea is first, I think we should divide this into three parts. First is getting all that information, the geospatial information, the complete data on the GIS platform. So we are talking of all these 1600 layers, all that information which has already come in. This information pertains to almost all aspects of infrastructure in the country. So earlier also, there were various organizations which were working on this. Survey of India has a task to map the country, so and then we have GSI. We have several organizations which are in the country which are already working in this. We've been getting satellite images also, and in some states, some work had been done, some GIS platforms had been created and were being used for limited purposes. But several times what we've seen is that while some efforts were made, but then it didn't continue for very long. The information never got updated. And complete information was never available. So therefore, the platforms which had been created or whatever work had been done could not be used on a continuous basis, nor could there be a national level kind of a setup which could come up or get used. While there were national level organizations working on this, we have the Forest Survey of India, we have Survey of India in any case is there, NRSA, so various organizations. Now, unless you have complete information, unless you have all the layers which you need for preparing your plan, you cannot depend on this. You cannot rely on this. Then it's just getting little information from somewhere and trying to use it, but then you can't work on that platform. So first part is that a very good thing which has happened is that lot of information has now come in one platform, and BISAC is doing this, so that's a very commendable thing which has been done. Now the second part is the major ministries and state governments, while they have given given whatever information they have and it has all come in one place, now at their end they should have the capacities and capabilities to use this information, to use this for their plans. So for this, to be able to use, they have to have their own organizational setup. They have to have expertise at their level, and they also probably have to develop some softwares and then some tools to be able to use it. So this is at the end of the ministries and also state government, and within state governments there will be ministries and departments who have to use it. So that, I think, is the second part. The third part, which is the most important part, is the National Master Plan. So at national level, just from that information gathering stage, we have to go into the stage where we get into planning, where we plan for the nation, we plan infrastructure for the nation. We don't build infrastructure in silos. We don't just build roads without really planning why and what are the other infrastructure requirements. We have to have integrated planning for particular areas depending on what kind of growth we expect in that area, what kind of economic activity we expect, what population growth, or how that area is going to develop in terms of maybe, say, industry is coming up, or maybe some other economic activity is coming up, and what kind of infrastructure will be required to support that. And then to be able to really bring down the cost of logistics, how we need to plan our entire transport system. So which means that we have to look at all aspects of planning and then do a full planning for the country, and then plan for various areas or various high growth areas within the country. So that the third part is the planning part, at the national level. So if we can reach a stage where we are able to optimize our resources, we are able to optimally use whatever resources we have, and then develop our infrastructure in an integrated manner, in such a manner so that it gets used and optimized properly, then probably we would be able to bring the logistics cost from 13 to 14% to 7-8%, which was mentioned by the Honorable Minister in his speech also. So, first let us understand what this whole concept is, and then all stakeholders have to work together so that we then use the tools which have already been developed and also contribute to constant updation of the information and providing information to all the user, not only government departments, the private sector will also come into this. So we look forward to a good deliberation, and we have our panelists here. So thank you very much. We can start with the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. That was really very helpful. As this is the first plenary session and as a foundation to the rest of the sessions, we believe that it's really important for all of the delegates, participants, everyone, to get a very good handle on the what, how, and why of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. As part of that, the why has been spoken of already in the previous section, and we would not be deliberating further on that. I think the key takeaway for us in terms of the why was to look at a reduction in the overall logistics cost and to ensure that we have a technologically enabled, integrated, cost-efficient, resilient, and sustainable logistics ecosystem in the country. I think that's essentially the why part of it. And in terms of understanding the what and the how better, who better than Dr. T.P. Singh to take us through that? And Honorable Minister of the Union Government, Mr. Piyush Goyal, has already excited us a lot to hear from you, sir. So request you to kindly take us through more of the what and the how of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. Dr. T.P. Singh, please.
नमस्कार। आयोजकों के लिए आभार, मुझे बुलाया और मुझे यहाँ पहली बार, मतलब पहले इसरो वगैरह में काम किया, अंग्रेजी में बोलते रहे, उत्तर प्रदेश में जन्म हुआ और हिंदी में बोलने का मौका मिलेगा, इससे अच्छी वो नहीं हो सकती थी। हाँ, ये टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी जगह यूज होती है, आप में से एक भी शायद एजेंसी ऐसी नहीं होगी जो जीआईएस को यूज नहीं करती है। आप में से कोई ऐसे नहीं होंगे जो डाटा यूज नहीं करते हैं, और आप में से कोई ऐसे नहीं होंगे जो कभी कभी ना ये नहीं किया होगा कि ये परेशानी और ये परेशानी और ये परेशानी। अब ये परेशानी क्यों आती है और वो कम कैसे हो सकती है, ये गति सकती है। बड़ी सिंपल सी बात हम करते हैं। ये पिछले दिनों में जब ये गति शक्ति की बात चल रही थी तो सबसे पहली चीज आई, और हमने जितने भी जो वेंडर हैं जो इसका प्लानिंग करते हैं, जो मिनिस्ट्रीज का हर एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हमने कुछ 100 लोगों से, जिसमें ऑफिसर सभी तरह के लोगों से बात की। बात निकल करके ये आई, डाटा या तो मिलता नहीं है, और मिलता है तो जैसे माननीय मंत्री जी ने कहा था आपस में बात नहीं करता है, या दूसरी बात ये कही कि डाटा अपडेटेड नहीं होता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात आती है टेक्नोलॉजी की। एक जीआईएस है, एक एमआईएस है, एक जीएनएसएस है, एक मशीन लर्निंग है, एक आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है। सबका हम यूज करते हैं, सबको अपने उसमें प्रपोजल में रखते हैं, और सब अलग अलग हैं। न वो जुड़ते हैं, न टेक्नोलॉजी जुड़ती है, न डाटा जुड़ता है, और जो प्रोसेसेस हैं वो अलग अलग हैं, न वो जुड़ती हैं। तो इंटीग्रेटेड करने के लिए सबसे पहली चीज थी कि भाई ये पूरी चीज का इंटीग्रेशन क्या करना है। वो तो बहुत आगे चला जाता है भाई, कैसे? हाँ, अब आप देखिए बड़ा सिंपल तरीके से, जैसे साहब ने बोला, उसमें समय बचे, पैसा बचे, एफर्ट्स बचे, अच्छा हो जाए, सस्टेनेबल हो जाए, जितने भी लाभ हैं वो सब लाभ हो जाए। उसके लिए गति शक्ति के अंदर सिंपल एक मॉडल बनाया गया, फिर ये आगे चला गया। ये सिंपल मॉडल बनाया गया कि जितनी भी टेक्नोलॉजियां इंटीग्रेट होकर के आ जाएं, डाटा इंटीग्रेट होकर के आ जाए, और सारे प्रोसेसेस इसमें जुड़ जाएं जो आप करते हैं, तो इसका निदान हो सकता है। और इसमें जब आप काम भी करके दे दें और मिनिस्ट्री को या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को ये कह दें कि भाई ये खरीदना है, आप ये तो अपने आप चलता भी है, इसको कोई संभालो, भाई कोई तो होगा फिक्की का आदमी। भैया वहां से चला दो या आप चला दीजिए। तो होता क्या था कि ये सब चीजें जो हो रही थी, आप जो शुरू पे ले जाइए, आप उससे पहले ले जाइए, पहले और पहले बस यहीं रोक लीजिए, यहीं रोक लीजिए। आप जो हार्डवेयर जहां जिस सरकार के जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में है उसी पे काम करेगा, हार्डवेयर नहीं खरीदनी। सॉफ्टवेयर जितनी भी हों अपने आप बनानी है, ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम भी नहीं खरीदना। और जितने भी भैया तुम्हारा इतना जल्दी जाएगा तो फिर मैं तो मुझे नहीं अच्छा बता सकता हूं। अब जितनी तरह के आपके प्रोसेसेस हैं, अब होता क्या है, अभी किसी ने माइनिंग की लीज दे दी कि भैया यहाँ रेत निकाल लीजिए नदी में से, बड़ी सिंपल तरीके थे, जितने भी क्राइटेरिया सब लग गए। आप वहां से एक हाईवे आ गया, कंडीशन लग गई 200 मीटर इधर नहीं कर सकते, 200 मीटर इधर नहीं कर सकते, बात पूरी हो गई। सवाल ये पैदा होता है जो आता है वो अपने साथ कुछ ना कुछ कंडीशन लेके आता है। तो हमारे भैया ये तो कहाँ कोई और दूसरा कर रहा है, चलो तो यहीं रोक सकते हो आप। अब डाटा की बात आई तो इस डाटा में मैंने ये बात कही है इसमें कि ये 2D भी होना चाहिए, सब जानते हैं, एक नक्शा हो, 3D हो। अब जब आप वो करते हैं कोई भी प्लानिंग तो आपको चाहिए भाई कितनी सॉइल निकालनी है, कितनी कहाँ डालनी है, उसकी कॉस्ट क्या होगी, तो आपका DPR बन जाएगा, ठीक है। ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें वो सब होनी चाहिए। फिर 4D मतलब टाइम के हिसाब से चले, और 5D जो एक के आने से या ना आने से जो प्रॉब्लम खड़ी होती है वो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है 5D। 5D को आगे ले जाओ, फिर स्लाइड को वापस ले आना। अब 5D ये है कि ये सरकार ने गोडाउन बनाया, बाद में पता लगा वहां से पावर लाइन जाती है, गोडाउन टूटा। झारखंड के अंदर एक डैम बना है, पानी नहीं भर सकता है क्योंकि जब पानी भरते हैं तो वो पानी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी में जाता है, डैम बन गया। डैम का पूरा प्लानिंग अच्छा हुआ है, पानी भरने का प्लानिंग नहीं हुआ है। अब उसके लिए पूरे हिंदुस्तान का 3D बना दिया गया। किसी भी लेवल पे कहो भाई इतना बनाना है, वो बता देगा, इसमें जाएगा और उस पे लाइन आ जाएगी, रोड की भी, गांव की भी, क्या डूब में जाएगा और कब पानी में आएगा। तो आपका विजुअलाइजेशन में ये पता लग गया कि कितना करना है, कितना नहीं करना है। अब ये जो 5D है, आप कोई भी चीज ले लीजिए, जितने डिपार्टमेंट और जिनकी या तो जमीन है या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, उनकी मालकी का कोई ना कोई कंडीशन उसके ऊपर लगा हुआ है। जैसे ही रोड जाएगी इतनी दूर तक आप घर नहीं बना सकते। अब ये सारी चीजें जितनी भी हैं उसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट की गई हैं। कैसे? नेक्स्ट जाओ भैया। अब ये डाटा कंपेटेबल होना चाहिए। अब हर एक जो है ये जरूरी है, जो पहले मैंने कहा कि इस पे इंडिविजुअल चीज आ जानी चाहिए। अब मोबाइल भैया बात करते हो तो भैया तो बाहर कर लो जरा। हाँ, अब मान लीजिए आपको हर एक आदमी मोबाइल, आज मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन के अलावा कोई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है। मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बना दो, सब सॉल्व हो गया। लेकिन उसको टेस्ट करो कि उससे डाटा कितना आता है। कोई टावर से ले लेता है, कोई जीपीएस से ले लेता है, जीपीएस का 30 मीटर आ जाता है। नोएडा जिसने में जो 10 करोड़ का घर बनता है वो भी 10 मीटर में होता है, तो कौन से घर में आएगा। तो उसके लिए हमने स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ ये चीजें बनाई जहां इंडिविजुअल पोल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का मैप होता है। तो सबसे पहली चीज ये हुई कि आपकी एप्लीकेशन फ्री में सबको मिल गई। आप कोई भी ऑब्जेक्ट हो इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, वो कंपेटेबल भी होगा, वो ऑथेंटिकेटेड भी होगा और वो अपडेटेड भी होगा। आपकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गई। आप हर एक स्टेट को, हर एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, हर एक को इसी तरह का डाटा अवेलेबल है। अब वाटर की बात आ रही है। वाटर का जब साहब से मैं डिस्कशन करता रहता हूं और अपने ऑफिसर्स को भी बात कराते हैं, तो इन्होंने कहा कि एक हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है, ये नदी जो है इधर उधर जाती रहती हैं। तो 1935 की टोपोशीट, 1972 की टोपोशीट और 70 ऑनवर्ड सारे सैटेलाइट डाटा एक साथ हमने उसमें बना के दे दिए। अब हम एनडीएमए के साथ में ये पता कर रहे हैं कि कौन सी नदी में कब बाढ़ आई थी, तो उसके सैटेलाइट डाटा के कहां तक ये पानी भरता है और कहां तक बाढ़ आती है उसको मैप कर रहे हैं। यानी सबसे पहली चीज जो डाटा है वो कंपेटेबल होना चाहिए। हमारी जो जीआईएस है वो लेयर वर्ड नहीं है, लेयर ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि उसमें पोल तक का डाटा आ जाए, यानी स्केल बहुत लार्ज होना चाहिए, वो कंपेटेबल होना चाहिए, ऑथेंटिकेटेड होना चाहिए और अपडेटेड होना चाहिए। इसके लिए गवर्नमेंट और गुजरात ने क्या किया कि उन्होंने हर एक डिपार्टमेंट के प्लेटफॉर्म अलग बनवाए और वो आपस में जुड़े। उन्होंने 73 प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए और शायद यूपी 252 प्लेटफॉर्म बनवा रहा है। उन्होंने ये कहा कि जब तक सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं हो जाएगा, अपडेटेड और ऑथेंटिकेशन, कंपेटेबिलिटी हम इंश्योर करते हैं, तब तक ये चीज नहीं होगी। इसका मतलब हुआ कि अगर कोई भी डाटा, और इस डाटा को करने में कोई बहुत बड़ी परेशानी नहीं है। अब किसी को प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम बना के देंगे, टूल बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, हम बना के देंगे। केवल डाटा को, और जितने प्लेटफॉर्म बनवाना चाहें, 1 से लेकर के 1000 तक और 10,000 तक, हम 1 महीने में बना करके देंगे। और केवल उसकी ओनिंग आपको लेनी है, जो पहले आया था ओनरशिप आपकी है, और उसको मेंटेन करना है। डाटा के अलावा किसी के ऊपर कोई भी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं आती है। नेक्स्ट करना भैया। अब आप देखिए, इसमें चलते जाइए, एक नीचे सेक्टोरल गाइडलाइंस एंड रेगुलेशंस और सीपीसीबी गाइडलाइन, ये 100 से ज्यादा हो जाते हैं, और इनके बड़े जोरदार पैरामीटर हैं और क्राइटेरिया हैं। इनके हर एक पैरामीटर और हर एक क्राइटेरिया, इसके साथ ही नो गो एरिया और गो एरिया और कहां से परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी, यानी इस तरह का सिस्टम बनाया गया है। अगर ऑथेंटिकेटेड डाटा पीछे है, ऑथेंटिकेटेड या जो भी है, एक लाइन कहीं भी पोर्टल पे हिंदुस्तान में खींच दीजिए, जहां पर और ये कहिए ये हमारी चीज है, जहां पर आप चाहेंगे वहीं पे बता देगा कि ये परमिशन लेनी है, इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से लेनी है, इस क्राइटेरिया के हिसाब से मिलती है, और ये चीजें आपकी वो होनी चाहिए जिससे परमिशन मिलेगी। आप ये सोचिए कि अगर रोड पहले बन गई तो रेलवे को लेनी है, रेल पहले बन गई तो रोड को लेनी है, यहां तक कि नल से जल की एक छोटी सी कैनाल और रोड को भी पास करेगा तो उसका अप्रूवल लेना है, और वो सारी चीजें इसके अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट कर दी गई हैं। नेक्स्ट जाना भैया। अब आपकी सबसे पहली चीज तो ये आती है विजुअलाइजेशन। विजुअलाइजेशन में क्या है, अगर आपके पास में ये पता हो कि हाई टेंशन लाइन यहां से जाने वाली है अगले 5 वर्ष में, तो आप ये सोचिए कि उसके केवल विजुअलाइजेशन से उसके वहां पर इतनी दूरी तक आप कोई प्रोजेक्ट जो है अपना नहीं करेंगे, तो सिंपल सी प्लानिंग और उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट ही करने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर आपको ये पता लग जाए कि कोस्टल में 1A यहां आता है और वहां पर आपकी प्रॉब्लम आएंगी, तो आपको भी चाहे कुछ जेटी बनाओ या कुछ भी बनाओ आप समुद्र के किनारे, कोस्टल रेगुलेशन जोन की परमिशन तो फिर भी आएगी ही, यानी उसकी भी व्यवस्थाएं इसके अंदर कर दी गई हैं। चाहे तो साइट सूटेबिलिटी लीजिए। अब साइट सूटेबिलिटी आती है, मान लीजिए कोई एक छोटी सी चीज बनानी है, एक कॉलेज बनाना है, कोई सोशल सेक्टर इस पे आ गया है, और जब हमें ये बना रहे थे, इसकी पूरी कल्पना कर रहे थे और सॉफ्टवेयर बना रहे थे, तो पीएमओ से सर हमें बोला गया था कि भाई इसमें सेक्टर भी जुड़ सकते हैं और रीजन भी जुड़ सकते हैं, तो उसकी भी व्यवस्था की गई है। सर जितने भी दूसरे हमारे देश आपस में जुड़ते हैं, उनका मेन डाटाबेस भी इसके साथ तैयार किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि हमें पता है कि आगे को ये जो है उधर को जाएगा। चाहे गैप आइडेंटिफिकेशन करना हो, डिसीजन सपोर्ट सिस्टम बनाने हो, रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल हो, इसको आपने पढ़ लिया होगा। जितनी भी ये चीजें हैं, इसके अंदर हर एक चीज के टूल अवेलेबल है। ये टेक्नोलॉजी वाला जरा पीछे को ले जाना, टेक्नोलॉजी बैक 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 बैक, टेक्नोलॉजी कहाँ है, बैक, हाँ ये, हाँ यही रुक जाइए। इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी इसमें लगती हैं, ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी और एक टूल की तरह से बना दिया गया है। आपको ना कोई टेक्नोलॉजी खरीदनी है, ना कुछ जानने की जरूरत है, और उसको भी ऑपरेट कैसे करते हो, तो जो भी प्रदेश के लोग आते हैं या आते हैं, उनको एक स्टूडियो में बिठाते हैं, उनसे उनका उसी की भाषा में वीडियो बना लेते हैं, तो वही कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का प्रोग्राम हो जाता है, कैसे यूज करना है। हमारे पास डेडिकेटेड स्टूडियो है, उसमें वो एनिमेशन चाहे, उसमें वो कुछ भी चाहे, वो हम बना के दे देते हैं। ये फैसिलिटी हर एक स्टेट को, हर एक डिपार्टमेंट को, हर एक मिनिस्ट्री को और उसके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अपने चीजों को बनाने की पूरी तरह से फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट 22 एक्ट के अंदर अवेलेबल है। एक दिन में अगर हमें 400 घंटे का काम करना हो तो उतनी फैसिलिटी हमारे पास अवेलेबल है, और वो सबको अवेलेबल है। और एडिशनल टूल हमारे पास डॉट वाले आए कि भाई जब ये जीआईएस नहीं थी, हमारे तो बीएसएनएल का ओएफसी और वो बहुत पाइप पड़ी हैं, तो कैसे किया जाए, हाथ के ड्रोन नक्शे थे, तो हमने एक टूल बनाया कि रोड पे जाइए, डिस्टेंस लीजिए, वो बताइए, तो ऑटोमेटिकली ड्रॉप डाउन से वो मैपिंग होता चला जाता है। आप ये सोचिए कि गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने इसको देख करके 162 नगर पालिकाओं में अपने सारे पाइपलाइन का मैपिंग शुरू करा दिया। अब हमने ये उत्तर प्रदेश में भी लगाया। अब आप देखिए एक चीज क्या होता है, उत्तर प्रदेश में उनको स्कूलों को ये करना था कि हाई स्कूल कहाँ सूटेबल जगह हो और कम हाई स्कूलों से ज्यादा को विद इन दैट क्राइटेरिया वो कर दिया जाए। तो हमने उनको रोड बता दी और ये बता दी। वहां से एक प्रश्न आया एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट से, साहब कि आप डिसीजन दे रहे हो, चॉइस नहीं दे रहे हो, तो हमें सारी रोड दो, सारे गांव दो, उनकी पॉपुलेशन दो, उनसे हमारा डाटा इंटीग्रेट करिए और उसके आधार पर हमें एक टूल बना के दीजिए जिससे कि हम अल्टरनेटिव ला करके और उसमें से एक को सेलेक्ट करें। यानी वो 3-4 दिन में, और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उसको लॉन्च कर दिया। किसी भी सेक्टर का हो, किसी का भी प्लानिंग हो, मिनिस्ट्री के थ्रू एक दिन के अंदर 50 अगर आदमी हमारे पास आए तो उतनी व्यवस्था हमारे यहाँ बिना नोटिस के अवेलेबल है। यानी 50 लोग अपनी प्लानिंग करने के लिए हमारे यहाँ आए बिना नोटिस के साथ, तो उसके लिए आदमी, कंप्यूटर, टूल, उस तरह का सॉफ्टवेयर, वो कहेंगे कि हमारा ये टूल बना दीजिए, तो जब 1 वीक के अंदर उन्हीं को टूल बना करके, टूल से प्लानिंग करके, टूल भी उन्हीं को दे देंगे। और वो कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपने साथ किन्हीं को भी ले आए, लेकिन हम केवल गवर्नमेंट से डील, गवर्नमेंट से हो रही है, उनके साथ उनके वेंडर आ सकते हैं, वो जो डिसाइड करे, मिनिस्ट्री डिसाइड करे, लेकिन 50 आदमी रोज हमारे यहाँ किसी भी सेक्टर का कोई भी प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं। इतनी व्यवस्था की। नेक्स्ट जाना। हाँ आगे जाइए, आगे जाइए, आगे जाइए, हाँ आगे जाइए। अब आपका जो प्लानिंग होता है उसका मैं एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूं। आप प्लानिंग में क्या कहोगे, जैसे माननीय मंत्री जी कह रहे थे भाई ये अवॉइड करना है। अब ये जो ऊपर की लिस्ट है इसको बढ़ाते चले जाओ, भले ही 100 ले लो, इनको जोड़ना है भले ही कितने ले लो, और फिर ये कहो कि जब नदी पे जाएगा तो वर्टिकल होगा, उसका एंगल इतना नहीं होगा, अगर हिली एरिया में कर रहे हो तो स्पीड कम हो जाएगी, तो 4 डिग्री हो जाएगा, यहाँ 2 डिग्री होगा, ये नेशनल हाईवे को ऐसे क्रॉस करना चाहिए, उससे अवॉइड करना चाहिए, डिस्टेंस कम से कम होनी चाहिए, टनल बनाने में फायदा है या उसको डाइवर्ट करने में फायदा है, क्योंकि हर एक चीज का 3D है। और फिर ये देखना कि मटेरियल कहाँ अच्छा मिलता है, यहाँ तक कि जब आप हाईवे बना रहे हो और ब्लैक कॉटन सॉइल को निकालना है तो वहां सॉइल की डेप्थ कितनी है, हो सकता है 50 सेंटीमीटर ही हो, 1.5 मीटर के लिए आपको वो नहीं करना है, और हो सकता है ये डाटा भी उसमें मिलेगा। फिर आपको मटेरियल लाने में इतनी परेशानी नहीं होती जब ये सॉइल बहुत इकट्ठी हो जाती है, इसको इवैक्यूएट करने की प्रॉब्लम होती है। उसके साथ में ही हमने फार्मर की इंफॉर्मेशन तैयार की है, कहाँ सैंडी सॉइल है जहां इसको लेकर के बहुत ज्यादा जाया जा सकता है, और बहुत सारे सोर्सेज कहाँ है। ये जो अमृत सरोवर बने हैं वो CPWD को हर एक अमृत सरोवर का उसकी सॉइल की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक और कहां पर वो अवेलेबल है ये उपलब्ध कराई गई है, ताकि अमृत सरोवर की सॉइल कोई CPWD या प्रदेश के PWD ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उसको यूज कर सके। तो हर एक चीज, अब इसमें कितने ही कंडीशन लगा दीजिए, सिंपल सी बात है, गति शक्ति है ज्योग्राफी, IT और मैथमेटिक्स, इन तीनों को जोड़ दिया गया है। इससे हर एक प्रॉब्लम आपकी सॉल्व हो जाती है, मैथमेटिक्स कुछ भी हो। और हमने पूरे मैथमेटिक्स के टूल जितने भी हमारे पास, क्या है, इतने लोग आए हैं वो अपना बता के गए कि हमें इसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी, हमें इसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी, उनको लिस्ट करके उन सारे सॉफ्टवेयर लगभग हमने बना रखे हैं। तो आज कोई बहुत ज्यादा टूल बनाने की भी जरूरत नहीं। आगे जाइए भाई। तो क्या हुआ, अब चलिए, अब इस पे आप 2-2 सेकंड में डालते जाइए भैया। ये रोड आ गई तुम्हारी, नेक्स्ट डालते जाओ। ये आपके रेलवे आ गई, डालो। ये वाटर बॉडीज आ गई, रिवर आ गई, फॉरेस्ट आ गए, CRZ आ गया, माइनिंग आ गया, एंड टू। अब ये पहले उन्होंने देखो थोड़ा सा कोने दे रहा था ना, नेक्स्ट जाओ। अब ये बन करके आ गया, इसमें दूरी कम हो गई, प्रॉब्लम भी कम हो गई। अब इस पे कहाँ परमिशन लेनी है, फिर चलो आगे 2-2 सेकंड में डालो। तो यहाँ कैनाल को क्रॉस करेगा वहां परमिशन लेनी, रेलवे को क्रॉस करेगा वहां परमिशन लेनी, और फिर किस खेत से जाएगा वो आएगा, नेक्स्ट जाओ। और वो खेत किसका है उसका आ गया। अब मान लीजिए फॉरेस्ट का आ गया तो फॉरेस्ट का फॉर्म भर दीजिए यहीं से, और ये दे दीजिए अपना KML फाइल, वो उनके फॉरेस्ट के जाकर के उनके पोर्टल पर जाकर के बैठ गई, और उन्होंने नेक्स्ट जो लगा करके दे दी नेक्स्ट, कि ये इस लेटलॉग से आपकी परमिशन मिल गई। इस तरह से सारे लगभग नेक्स्ट, ये एक सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात ने इस तरह के, नेक्स्ट और जाओ, नेक्स्ट पेज जाओ, नेक्स्ट पेज, हाँ बैक 49 बैक, तो अरे आपका स्पीड बहुत ज्यादा है। 49 ये फेसलेस करा दी। अब इसमें ये 200 भी करा सकते हो, आप 500 भी करा सकते हो। अब इसका मतलब है कि आपका जो ये प्रॉब्लम जो एनओसी का था, इतनी एनओसी लेनी है, पहले तो पता ही नहीं होता था। पता जब लगता था जब कोई आकर के वहां रोकता था तो बोले भैया करना क्या है, वो करना शुरू करते थे। पहले से ही पता होगा ये करना है, उसके फॉर्म पता होंगे, उसके प्रोसेसेस पता होंगे, उनको भर करके दे दीजिए, वो ऑटोमेटिकली उनके पोर्टल पे जाएगा और पोर्टल सब कंपेटेबल हैं, उनकी ओनरशिप में जा करके वहां टकराएगा और डैशबोर्ड पे दिखेगा इतने दिन से बाकी है। और उसके अंदर वो भी सॉफ्टवेयर बना दिए गए हैं कि मान लीजिए वहां एक ऑफिसर से दूसरे ऑफिसर तक और मंत्री तक जाना है तो वो प्रोसेस भी बना करके तैयार रखें। यानी आपका ऑफिस का प्रोसेस हो और चाहे आपका लीगल रेगुलेशन का प्रोसेस हो, सबके सॉफ्टवेयर तैयार है और सबके लिए तैयार है और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है। नेक्स्ट, अब जैसे रेलवे वालों ने क्या किया कि हमारा पूरा डीपीआर बनाना है, तो डीपीआर बनाना है तो उनको हाइड्रोलॉजी चाहिए कि वाटर साइड में कितना रेनफॉल आता है, कितना वो आएगा, तो क्रॉस सेक्शन कितना देना है, उसके लिए कहां पर उनको पुलिया बनानी है और कहां से सॉइल निकालनी है और कहां डालनी है, तो कॉन्टूर आ गए। नेक्स्ट, उनका कैरिडोर आ गया। नेक्स्ट, इसमें उनको निकालना है और ये आ गए कि इतनी कटिंग जाएगी और इतनी ये आएगी। अब इस तरह से डीपीआर बनता है। 6 महीने लगते थे भैया, थोड़ी से आए, उन्होंने 140 बनाए अभी तक पिछले 2 महीने में सर, 7 दिन के एवरेज पे बने। आज रेलवे ने क्या काम किया, रेलवे ने बोला हमें कि हमें पूरा प्लानिंग करना है, जो भी देश के अंदर पोर्ट हैं उसकी कनेक्टिविटी रेलवे से करनी है। 50,000 की जिसकी टाउन की आबादी है रेलवे से कनेक्टेड नहीं, उसको कनेक्ट करना है। जो बड़ी माइनिंग हो रही है, कोयले की हो रही है किसी की, उसको कनेक्ट करना है। और जो भी बड़े हमारे टूरिस्ट प्लेसेज है, अगर वहां नहीं जानी तो उनको कलेक्ट करना है। तो आप निकाल करके दे दीजिए कि कितने किलोमीटर आएगी और उसका नक्शा बना दीजिए। 10% इधर उधर होगा सर, वो पूरा नक्शा आपके सभी पोर्ट से बन गया है। अभी मुझे माननीय मंत्री जी ने बुलाया कि ये तो बड़ा ठीक है। अब क्या हो रहा है, गति शक्ति से काम जो है ये तो ठीक है, अब ये हो गया ये तो ठीक है, हमें बॉर्डर का बना के लाइए। और उसके लिए 8 दिसंबर जो है तारीख तय की गई है, इतने दिन नहीं है, डेट तय है। तो इस तरह से हमें इसमें आनंद है कि जिस जिस तरह से ये प्रेशर आता जाएगा ये चीजें उतनी बनती चली जाएंगी। तो अब आपके ऊपर क्या है, अब आप क्या इस चीज में नए नए डेफिनेशन बना सकते हो। हमारे साथ ग्रुप में आकर के अलग अलग तरह की चीजें हमारे ऊपर ला सकते हो कि ये डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, ये डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, ये करना पड़ेगा। अगर वो हो जाता है तो ये गति की गति और ज्यादा आगे बढ़ जाएगी। और हम आपको विश्वास दिलाते हैं, आप कोई भी चीज लेकर के आइए। ये अभी तक कोई चीज पिछले 2-2.5 साल में, ये 20 के नवंबर से चल रहा है, अभी तक कोई डेफिनेशन ऐसी नहीं आई है कि जिसका सॉल्यूशन हमारी टीम, और ये हम कभी भी अपने आप नहीं करते हैं। डोमेन के एक्सपर्ट जब तक साथ नहीं बैठेंगे हम प्रोजेक्ट नहीं लेते। सबसे पहली कंडीशन ये है, आप आइए, आप पहले हमारी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करिए कि आप जो भी शब्द बोलेंगे उसका मतलब क्या है। कंप्यूटर इंजीनियर जो है एक लाइन लिख सकता है, लेकिन उसको ये पता नहीं होता है कि लाइन क्या लिखनी है। लाइन जब आप बताते हैं कि इसके लिए लाइन लिखनी है, तब जाकर के एप्लीकेशन बनती है। हम बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं इसको करते रहे। ठीक है सर। हाँ, अभी मान लीजिए एक नया आ गया। अभी जो मंत्री जी कह रहे थे कि नया आ जाता है, अभी एक ये एक्चुअल केस है। एक पोल आ गया, नेक्स्ट ईयर। अब इस पोल को किसी के तो डीपीआर में आएगा, अगर किसी के डीपीआर में नहीं आएगा तो काम रुक जाएगा। तो पूरे हर एक चीज के, इवन कौन सा पोल किसके में आएगा, वहां तक की भी ये चीजें जो है आ रही हैं इसके अंदर। और ये अब हम क्या दे रहे हैं आपको इस प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, डिजिटल इंडिया और गति शक्ति का एक ट्रायंगल बनता है। यानी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी अपने आप डेवलप की हुई है, लिनक्स पे चलती है, ऑपरेटिंग सॉफ्टवेयर भी नहीं खरीदना है। नेक्स्ट चीज, पूरा जीआईएस बेस वो है। आप एक दिन में, हमारी अब क्षमता 50 प्लेटफॉर्म रोज नए तैयार करने की है। हम एक दिन में 50 प्लेटफॉर्म नए तैयार कर सकते हैं, बशर्ते कि आप उसमें ऑथेंटिक डाटा और जैसा सॉफ्टवेयर चाहो ऐसा इंटीग्रेट कराना चाहो। भैया फिर चला गया, गायब हो गए, गायब हो गए। वापस आओ। चलो कोई बात नहीं, चलो। नहीं, उसको तो पढ़वाना पड़ेगा, वही तो एक स्लाइड है जिसके नतीजे पे पहुंचे। भाई दे सकते हो लास्ट वाली स्लाइड को, लास्ट वाली, बिल्कुल लास्ट वाली। हाँ, आपको GIS लेयर कैसे क्रिएट करना है उसके भी टूल बना देंगे, और हमने हर एक चीज को ऐसा बनाया है कि ITI का बच्चा इसको कर सके। इसके लिए किसी भी एक्सपर्ट की जरूरत नहीं है। प्लेटफॉर्म कस्टमाइजेशन आपको जैसा चाहिए, 50 रोज के डाटा शेयरिंग और एक्सेस के API हो, WMS हो, हम ही सब बना करके देंगे। विजुअलाइजेशन और ये जितनी भी चीज की हैं इसके सबके टूल बन गए हैं, और आगे जितने बनाने हो उतने बना देंगे। कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए आप हमारी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए प्रॉब्लम डेफिनेशन बता करके, और हम आपके करेंगे कि जो बनाया है आप कैसे यूज करेंगे। केवल और केवल आपका डाटा देना है, डाटा का वैलिडेशन करना है, प्रॉब्लम डेफिनेशन करनी है और इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन करना है। गति शक्ति के अंदर आप देखिए आपके पास कितना काम है, और जो सेंट्रल पोर्शन है जिसमें DPIIT आती है, MIT आती है, सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज आती हैं, उनका ऊपर का काम है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. TP Singh. This was really insightful, and I hope a lot of the ministries, departments, everyone here would be looking forward to utilizing the services and solutions that you stated. I would now request Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly share the keynote address.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. We have heard distinguished speakers earlier in the inaugural session already. And after hearing Mr. TP Singh on Gati Shakti, I suppose I don't have to decode it any further. He has decoded it and he's also given you the way forward. I think in a short time, a lot of great work has already been done. The fact that the application is able to normally when you start using a particular application, the challenge is to make them talk to each other, the layers getting to interact to each other. The various vendors, what they offer you are proprietary kind of applications, and to integrate everything together, particularly when we have to integrate things across the various departments, various ministries, various times, it becomes a real challenge. And therefore, the kind of platform which Gati Shakti now offers, I think is the quickest solution, the simplest solution, which all of us were waiting for. And thanks to the Gati Shakti Master Plan framework and the great work which people like Mr. TP Singh has done, I think it's become life much more easier for many of us to take these things forward. The master plan itself and the populating the layers, in the last 1 year, various ministries, our ports, Inland Waterways Authority, all of us have been able to do it. And in the process, I'd go a step beyond as to what are the benefits we have had in our sector, in, for example, the port shipping and waterways of the Gati Shakti master plan. The initial thing which came out was many of our ports, the connectivity to our ports, which is crucial, whether it's that of the rail, that of the road, there were gaps. Starting from our major ports on which we had some kind of idea, but the fact today that more than 45% of the cargo moves on the non-major ports, and therefore the connectivity challenges which these ports used to face was something which never came on the table. And thanks to the Gati Shakti master plan, that became a topic of discussion and a problem which was put squarely on the table, and our friends here were involved in solving it. As a consequence, we discovered there are about 28 odd operating ports which don't have a proper rail connectivity. There are 30 odd operating ports which don't have a 4-lane or a national highway connectivity. Then again, thanks to the framework which has been created, the ministries which otherwise work independently in their own verticals got together the Ministry of Road Transport, the Railways Ministry, the DPIT, which spearheads the Gati Shakti program, and the National Logistics Policy. Under the framework which has been created for Gati Shakti, you have the network planning group and so on and so forth. So with that kind of a arrangement which has been created alongside the IT platform which Mr. T.P. Singh has been putting together, also has been instrumental in resolving many of the issues. And as I mentioned, one example of port connectivity. Now all these ministries have an action plan for connecting the ports which are operational but don't have proper road or rail connectivity. So that is one immediate kind of a thing which we see coming out of the great work which got done because of the master plan. Alongside the master plan, the PM Gati Shakti master plan, we also had the good fortune of having the new logistics policy, the new national logistics policy coming out. Now the two together, I think is going to be revolutionary as far as breaking walls, bringing about multimodality to be able to reduce logistics cost that can happen for our country. And there I think we in our Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways have been running the Sagarmala program, where we did try to address some of these challenges. But now with the national logistic policy and the PM Gati Shakti framework being owned by all of us, and with this, the deliberation that we're going to have today, I think many of the things which otherwise used to be discussed in individual offices now would be a common problem which can be solved together. And therefore, for example, the NLP, the objectives it says is integration of interoperability, multimodality, seamless processes, digital systems, policies and plans, all being integrated and multimodal. So that, I think, is going to be revolutionary. All of them, all of us in all the ministries, start thinking on those lines. The infrastructure having been put in place, the next immediate thing which for any logistic framework to work efficiently is to also have the operations integrated. You have a situation, for example, the classic case you have in Delhi, where the Delhi metro line went from a place, the airport was at some other location, bringing them together was a challenge. So infrastructural gaps, planning ahead and solving it is an immediate kind of a thing, which would possibly, after this new framework, such problems will not happen in the future. But the operations part, when it comes to timings, the timings of various modes, the buses coming in, the train timing, the ferry which runs, which the same person has to take, again they are run by different operators. To make them synchronous, so that ultimately the user who's using a facility, be it for a cargo movement or a passenger movement, they start to be getting in sync. And there again the platform is something which I suppose will have to make it happen, so that the infrastructure planning, the operations planning, and the logistic cost reduction end-to-end is a situation where you have multiple actors which are working together through systems which are again independent. While the GIS part, the mapping part, has been largely taken care of by the PM Gati Shakti and the Mr. T.P. Singh's initiative. But the other IT parts, which are necessarily be made to talk to each other, remains a challenge. For which, again, the National Logistic Policy talks of the ULIP, which would have APIs enabled dialogue between various platforms which exist. Now, the beginning has been made. Again, all of us who are there in the sector will have to ensure that we work together to be able to make such applications so that ultimately the user is able to see things for himself in a very transparent manner as to where his things are moving. He is able to plan his movements. He is able to figure out what is the cheapest way of doing things. Now, while we do all this, there are people in the system, there are ministries in the system which do a lot of cargo movement. Now, some of the ministries, for example, the Food Corporation of India, moves hundreds of millions of tons of food grains from one end of the country to another. The petroleum companies, the fertilizer companies, the steel mills, the thermal power plants,
they do a lot of movement based on their own comfort levels. And they are used to a particular regime thanks to a particular policy which was in place at some point of time. Today, in the new framework of the national logistics policy, the policy clearly identifies these gaps which exist and calls upon all of us to have a logistics plan for every sector. And each sector does its own plan and reviews the kind of policy frameworks under which they operate. Many of the inefficiencies that we presently face. For example, I know for a fact the food grains moves from one end of the country to the other end, and you have supplying states located in between. They don't figure in the larger plan which we draw up. Fertilizer movement happens based on a procurement process which is suboptimal. All procurement, all fertilizer ends up at a few of our ports. From there it travels long distances to the consuming points. The coal movement which happens is linked to the linkages they get, the kind of wagon availability they have. We have Chairman Paradeep sitting here. He had a recent problem when the coal movement, because of rail rake availability was a challenge. The power plants and the coal mines got together to find a sea route for taking things. Now, this was in a crisis, but if they have a plan which is regular, they are used to it, you have the entire system working for them with the movement to the coast, the ship's line for taking it from the coast to the power plant, so that this is a situation which is done in the normal course, and in a crisis situation, they are able to just scale up the operation. In a crisis, if you start to build up linkages, which are pretty complicated, starting with the pithead to the port and then on to the destination, in a short time, when the crisis was to be resolved during the monsoon months, they went to the market, they did some tendering. I think two of them succeeded. But the requirement is that each sector, if you have a long-term logistics plan, which is optimized in terms of cost, the distortions that we have in our system in terms of pricing. Railway is one thing which I keep coming across. The other day, I was in one of the ports, Chennai port. There we found that the user unit, which is a fertilizer unit, which is 10 kilometers up north, the entire movement happens by trucks, where the roads are congested, the roads can't take additional trucks. People in the area would not like the port to be handling that kind of cargo because it creates congestion, it creates pollution. While this is happening, you also have 4 tracks of railway line which go next to the very same factory. But the railway line is grossly underutilized, not utilized, because of some of the policies that we have. For example, the freight policy that the minimum that you got to pay is 100 kilometers. So anyone who's sub 100 finds it better to take it by truck rather than use the railway line. Now there's one small case that I pointed out, but there's a whole host of such aberrations, distortions, anomalies, which have led to the logistics cost being what they are. Each of us in our own systems have to look at it, review it, fix it. The platform which PM Infra has provided, along with what is expected of us from the national logistics policy, if we just do that, each ministry does a review of this logistic cost and finds an optimal way of doing it. There are some policies will have to be revisited, some laws will have to be revisited. For example, the road transport has the Carriage of Goods Act, Carriage of Goods by Roads Act. You have for the airways, you have a separate act. For the ships, you have the Bills of Lading Act. So for each of these, you have a different document, a different challan which gets issued in whatever name you call it. And a particular person who wants to go multimodal, who wants to get his things dispatched from the factory by a truck to a railhead, on the train onto the port, and from the port to whatever destination. He has to have multiple documentations, each guided by a different set of acts and so on and so forth. So the IT systems which we expect to be working seamlessly have to grapple with multiple documentation, multiple standards. The taxation which goes with multimodal movement is a different class, because at one point of time multimodality meant moving things by air. And therefore, the tax structure which is applicable for multimodal movement is different from what is applicable for movement by rail. So while we talk of reducing logistics cost, promoting multimodality, these are the issues which I suppose need to be resolved. But while I have talked on the larger framework, I think I'll not be able to do justice if I don't talk of the waterways. And I think that is something which we have to be telling you about. Maybe I'll take a few minutes on that. I think we go to the next slide. I think we have done enough talking on this. So I'll quickly run through. I'll take 5 minutes to run you through on the waterways side of it. I'm sure the other speakers would be talking to you about it. And waterways is a way forward for many of the things which otherwise gets done by road or rail to solve that. It is efficient. It is less energy intensive. It's less polluting. We all know that. The challenge is that every time you have to do a transshipment, a movement, it adds to the cost. If you do it the usual conventional way, the way we do it in India, which is at places manually done, obviously the costs go beyond a point. But if you're able to mechanize it, standardize the operation, plan for it, volumes get built up, the mode becomes the optimal mode. Countries of the world, across the world, where the waterway systems are not as advanced, they do much larger volumes. We, unfortunately, used to do it in very large volumes. Unfortunately, for various reasons, we have, I suppose, gone back a bit. But I think with the new framework, we got to be catching up on this. Waterways, I think, has already we discussed that. A lot of work has already happened in the sense that the Jalmarg Vikas program is a substantial investment, about 4,000 crores for a place along the Ganges. All these locations today are more or less well connected. There are no major challenges. The fact that we have the crews going out from here all the way to the Bangladesh route into the NW2, I think is a major proof of the fact that the infrastructure is in place. We had the food movement happening from Patna to Guwahati. We had the steel movement happening. So all these, I suppose, should be reason enough for people to be assured that the Jalmarg Vikas program has made the kind of changes in terms of infrastructure that was fundamentally required. While the major things are happening there, to get the people onboarded, we had the Earth Ganga program coming up where the Kamti Jetty, which got launched. The idea is that in addition to using the waterways for cargo movement, we also use it for other purposes, RoPax, tourism, getting other people onboarded so that people start getting benefit of it. While the NW1, a lot of work has happened on the Bangladesh side. I'd like to thank my friends from Bangladesh. The last few years, major breakthroughs have been made in terms of the protocol route and the arrangements that we had there in terms of adding new routes there, which makes the NW1 development far more useful for going straight from NW1 around Maya that you see here from Rajshahi into Aricha and then into NW2 rather than going all the way down. There's some work to be done here, but this was the route which we discussed here. The older generation here knew that this is the way things used to move on these rivers maybe 50, 60 years back. Now, if you're able to restore some of those movements, the waterways, I think, can be the cheapest and the best kind of a mode that is possible. The Inland Waterways Authority going for the northeast, the Brahmaputra and the Barak water systems, again, are getting integrally linked. The volumes have gone up. We heard it in the previous discussion. It's gone up at least 5 times over the last 8 years. While we talk of the inland waterways, we also have the dredging part and all is whatever issues that were there, we have been able to identify that and resolve it. The inland waterways along with coastal and along with the arrangement that we have for the access to Chittagong, the Mongla ports, makes the entire eastern sector ready for having a connectivity link which is truly multimodal and connects all the countries in the region. And I think that is the next step we got to be thinking about. A connectivity framework through the waterways which connects us with the countries in our neighborhood. And that, I think, is the big breakthrough on which all of us have to work for the larger good. We have big growth stories happening in Bangladesh. They are looking for international markets. Today, much of the cargo moves from some of those ports there all the way to Chittagong and then to other places. The movement which happens from, for example, textile, garments, yarn, which go from Maharashtra to Bangladesh, it travels from JNPT to some port outside and then back to Chittagong. Now, with the agreements that we have, if we are able to have the operators looking at this opportunity, there's a huge cost saving for everyone. If we are able to have movement straight from ports in the vicinity, either through inland waterways or through coastal or through whatever means, directly between each other, this long movement which happens is a net saving for the larger good of people living in this region. And I suppose that is one thing which we have to be working together on this. The other connectivity issues which our ministry has been working on, I just put the slides here just to give you an update. But while we talk of the waterways, as I mentioned, in addition to cargo, cruise tourism, you already heard about it. We have the maritime vision, where we already identified the opportunities. And cruise in India, with the kind of population that we have and the interest which people have, is good business. The few operators which have now come back post-COVID are registering volumes which I suppose would be heartening for, as we heard, for the hoteliers in Varanasi. So similar is the story there. The vision identifies those routes and we expect people to be coming on board on some of them. I just put a slide from the vision document itself. Similarly, urban transport is the next big thing which we see for places like Varanasi for sure, where coming from previous location to this location was a big challenge given the roads conditions that we have. There, the urban transport with the kind of vessels which have now been launched. Cochin has made a great beginning in the sense that the Cochin Metro links with the electric catamarans, the times match. The people, instead of taking a long circuitous route to reach a bridge and then come across, not a catamaran, and a timings match, so it happens very seamlessly. Similarly, for places like Varanasi, Calcutta, Mumbai, which have waterfront, you have population on two sides. This makes optimal sense. Work has started, but again, the operators, the vessels, and so on are opportunities we got to be looking at and making it happen. To make all that happen, the legal framework, the agreements and all are in place. The recent thing is the Inland Waterways Act of 2021, which again ensures that one set of clearances will take the vessel all across. The vessel that we talked of, the thing that was unveiled from the vessel going from Varanasi all the way to Lubrigad, hopefully would have to have just one set of clearances from one place under the new act rather than having it from multiple states. So those are kind of changes which have happened. But to make it a reality, while we in the ministry work on it, the state governments, the departments of the state governments would have to take many of these initiatives forward. Many of them are local issues, local initiatives, local solutions, which you know best how to solve it. The framework is there from the ministry itself. The funding arrangement for some of the initiatives also exist. The larger ones, we have to find a way to handle that. But largely, we would expect that the momentum which the entire multimodal movement has now picked up, and with the new Gati Shakti framework and the new logistics policy and all of us happening together, and after the 2-day sessions that we have, we would have more movement happening on the inland waterways, and we from the ministry side and inland waterways side would like to assure you that we will do everything possible to make it happen. Initially, there may be challenges to grapple with, But I am sure with the momentum that has now come about and the kind of attendance we had of the honorable ministers, they would all see reason and help us in getting the right policy frameworks in place so that we all succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Ranjan, for enlightening us with your thoughts. Also very interesting that you showed the linkage of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan with the National Logistics Policy as well. How the improvement in infrastructure coincides and complements the improvement in services and human resources which are planned through the National Logistics Policy. Also great that you took us in detail through a couple of points on the Comprehensive Logistics Action Plan, which was unveiled as part of the NLP. I think Dr. Singh also would be very interested in taking this opportunity ahead with regard to the other regions and the regional integration, which is where especially waterways would be a very, very potent mode of building trade and connecting people as well. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on this session. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed speakers, for giving us a very wonderful overview of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and along with the various components of the plan and its significance in encompassing engines of economic growth. We'll just have a group photograph on stage. Requesting everybody to please remain with us. We have the last session, which is the second plenary session of day one. I know it's been a long day, but we have ensured that we have a very interesting session to keep you all engaged. It is on the theme of enhanced multimodal connectivity to industrial and commercial clusters, improving competitiveness of Indian businesses and trade promotion. So request you to give us 5 minutes while we make the necessary table arrangements, and we will immediately start the session thereafter. welcoming our speakers, esteemed speakers for the session, may I invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Prakash, Secretary Infrastructure and Industries and CEO of Invest UP, Government of Uttar Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you. May I request everyone to please join me in extending a very warm welcome to esteemed speakers. Nobody seems to be enthusiastic to welcome our speakers. May I please request you to kindly do so. Mr. P.L. Harna, Chairman of Paradip Port Authority and Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority. Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, Member Technical and Traffic, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Captain A.K. Singh, CEO of the Ahazra and the Dahej Port, who is joining us virtually. We have Mr. Tamal Roy, President and Chief Strategy Officer from J.M. Bakshi Group. He is also joining us virtually. If I may now invite Mr. Jayant Singh to please join us, and I request him to kindly start the session. Mr. Jeffrey Thomas, partner PwC, will also be joining us as moderating the session, but I would request Mr. Jayant Singh to kindly make the opening remarks and start the session.
In some sense, it's the tragedy of the time we live in, and more than that, the tragedy of the timing. The session was actually the most involved session, most intense session, but unfortunately, weighed down as we are by the, the events that have preceded. Probably that explains the lack of energy levels, and I've requested the tea to be served here, so at least our blood sugar level goes up and we feel a little more energized. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session was actually, it was to be moderated. Jeffrey is here, so let me complete it, then you take over. The idea was to get some sense, ultimately it's all about intermodal coordination and affecting intermodal coordination and everything. And a lot of, quote-unquote noise is being made about this, both in the private, public sector, and all fora that we talk about. But we wanted to get the perspective of 2-3 very critical stakeholders. One is, of course, the state government, because whenever we see investments happening in logistics, they are very, central government driven. Be it the railways, the Ministry of Road Transport, highways. In my case, myself, I deal with the inland waterways, so we have this same very top-down kind of approach. So it was very, very important that we get what is the perspective of state. And that assumes even greater salience, because a lot of these are technical issues, and the capacity of the state, and even as I discover the private sector isn't to the extent as envisioned by all the visions and the missions that we have in place. So state perspective, I expect Abhishek to just outline that, and it would become even more relevant in India's case, because not only is UP the largest state, it is also an artery, a conduit for movement of goods, services, and of course human resources from the north and east to different parts of the country. So we'd be very keen to hear him out. And then of course we have P.L. Harnad, my batchmate and colleague from the railways, who is the chairman of Paradip Port Authority and currently looking after Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. So that gives him a good bird's eye, in fact a very bird's eye and a worm's eye view of not only the regular seaports but also the riverine ports and the challenges therein, and how to bring about an effective multimodal integration, a modern multimodal integration in a slightly old and archaic system. And of course, battling the geographies, as the Honorable CM of UP mentioned about the silting of the rivers and everything, and now he'll be facing the same problems up front while handling the dredging issues on Hooghly. Then of course, we have with us Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, Member Technical and looking after Member Traffic in IWI. He brings a tremendous amount of experience of both waterways and the roadways and the highways. And then we have Captain A.K. Singh joining us virtually from Adani. Now, he's a gentleman with skin in the game, though he's looking after the Dahej port of Adani. But he had been instrumental in undertaking a lot of voyages on inland waterways using, those flat-bottom vessels. And his experience would be very, very relevant and very germane to this discussion. And of course, Mr. Tamal Roy from J.M. Bakshi Group, he'll talk about, and he'll probably be, enlightening us a lot on what the logistics industry sees India as the governance side, what are the expectations of the private sector as a sum and substance of what they would like in terms of policy intervention and execution. So I think it should be a lively session, as I must apologize for the delays and all that are happening. And I just hope, you know, a sip or two of tea would definitely energize us for at least listening and participating in the discussion. So may I now request Mr. Abhishek Prakash to kindly address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And at the very beginning, I'd like to welcome all the delegates and everyone who has come up for this two-day workshop / session over here to the state of Uttar Pradesh on behalf of government of Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, and you are in the city of Kashi. Kashi is the city, and you are once again welcome to the city and to Uttar Pradesh. So what I'll do is, I have got a short presentation. I'll try to be as brief as possible. It will provide a view, a brief outline of the kind of infrastructure which Uttar Pradesh has and it is planning to build in the coming years. At the same time, I'll also briefly touch the new warehousing and logistics policy which the state government is coming up with, and how the different modes of transportation are being linked. Because UP being uniquely placed, it has got the largest consumer base of almost 240 million. That's the population of this state. So I'll first of all, I'll go through the presentation. I'll present the different kind of logistic hubs which we are building, which we already have, the kind of multimodal connectivity nodes which we have, which are coming up in the state, and the different modes of transportation which we are having. Next slide, please. Yeah. The previous one? This one? Yeah, thank you. There's the next one. This is the next one. Yeah, thank you. So, this is the kind of infrastructure which we are having. UP, Uttar Pradesh is uniquely placed, as I have already told you, and the dedicated freight corridor, the DMIC, as well as the AKIC, the two largest industrial corridors. The first one has almost 8.5% of the catchment area in the state, and the second, AKIC, Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, has almost 57% of the catchment area in the state. The state government is already planning, and the process is on, it's in the advanced stage of getting built up, is the ICD terminal at Dadri, which is in the northern part of the state, which is very close to the national capital of Delhi. It is in Dadri, in Noida. So this will be one of the largest inland container depot, which is coming up. It will also be having multimodal logistic. We are coming up with multimodal logistic as well as multimodal transport hub at a venue which is very adjacent to Dadri, that is Boraki. At the same time, there is a dedicated rail link of the freight corridor from AKIC to the Muradabad SEZ. Three important nodes are coming up on AKIC. One is Agra, second is Prayagraj, and third is Varanasi. So, at the same time, in Varanasi, we are coming up with a freight village of almost 100 acres, which will be spread over. Now coming to the inland waterway first. Inland waterway 1, that is Haldia to Varanasi track, it is already operational. I'll be covering in a bit of more detail what kind of an incentive structure we are coming up for the berthing terminals along these waterways, along this waterway in our new upcoming logistics policy. But at the same time, this multimodal terminal at Varanasi is being built up. It is already functional. It is having an operational capacity of almost 0.54 million tons per annum of the cargo handling facility. Another 6 berthing terminal other than the existing we are going to come up in another 4 to 5 years. We have, as I had mentioned you earlier, we are having a multimodal logistic hub at Dadri, which is connected by expressway to this inland berthing terminal and the village at Varanasi.
The existing infrastructure we already have is the SEZ at Muradabad, the Agra is the industrial township, then in Kanpur, another fully industrial township with plug-and-play facility we are coming up in Noida, which is close to Delhi. The other logistic availability, the transportation availability of seamless connectivity which UP offers is, it has the largest railway network in the country. It has already 6 functional expressways, which is the highest running length in the country, and another 7 are coming up, and that will add up to almost 13 expressways with a running length of over 4,000 miles. The only state to have 3 already operational international airports, 2 major international airports are coming up. The one in Jewar, which is in Greater Noida, will be the largest in South Asia. It will be operational by early 2024, the runway of it. 7 another regional airports terminals are going to come up in another 4 to 5 years. So why UP is doing so good, and what is the transformation story behind it? So in the last 5.5 years, the kind of focus which the government has to provide for seamless connectivity of infrastructure as well as providing ease of doing business in the state is paying dividends now. As you can see, the leads ranking when the state took off, it was 13th in year 2019, and 2021 it was 6th, and 2022 the latest report which was released by the Ministry of DPIT, it is in the achievers state, and we are striving to come further on the top. We have a very good and lively ecosystem for logistics in the state, and at the same time the operational difficulties which the different operators in this sector, they feel it is being minimized. The different laws which are old and which are not so positive and which are not so forward-looking are being changed. And the policy framework is to support and to facilitate businesses in this sector. Key initiatives which has been taken in the logistic planning in the states, this slide shows it. Institutional mechanism for logistic planning. A state logistic cell is operational 24/7 with a state logistic coordination committee, as well as for the 18 municipal cities in the state, we are having the city logistic coordination committee, because at times the freight movement, it has there are certain restrictions in different municipal cities, so those are being relaxed, being removed by this coordination committees. At the state level, we are having the state logistic coordination committee to coordinate with the adjoining states as well. We have a logistic plan already in place, and it is being regularly updated through the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan portal. UP is one of the leading states which is utilizing this NMP portal of PM Gati Shakti. City logistic plans for 7 smart cities is already made and it is out, and these are the major industrial cities of Uttar Pradesh as well as those cities through which the movement of cargo freight, they are done. It includes Agra, Kanpur, Varanasi, Prayagraj, Lucknow, Ghaziabad and Meerut. The kind of improvement which the state has done in this sector is very evident from the ranking which the state has secured in the different leads ranking over the years, which I have already shared with you. Initiatives under the regulatory regime, this is really important and this is very, very fascinating as well. UP has got a single window clearance system that is by the name of Nivesh Mitra, and it is the largest in the country. More than 357 regulatory licenses / NOCs are provided by this single window portal. A user just has to apply and within 14 days he will get it. More than 29 departments of the state government are integrated through it, and you have the option where queries are raised, you have the option where you can change within the stipulated time period whatever parameters you are to fill, and it is completely online and transparent. So it is one of the success stories of the state. Now the state is also coming up very soon. All the incentives under the different policies which the state government has across different sectors will be online through an online incentive management portal system. Adding over here, the UP government has already planned to conduct a global investor summit. This is really important, and this is an important sector, logistics and warehousing, over where investments are being attracted, and it is very pertinent for this forum as well. 10th, 11th and 12th of February 2023, are the dates for the upcoming Global Investor Summit. The venue is in the capital city of the state, that is Lucknow. And more than 20 countries are going to be partner countries for the state, which includes the leading European, Western European countries, US, Canada, Japan, South Korea, Australia, Singapore, UAE, countries like this. And one of the key sectors for us to attract investment is warehousing as well as logistics sector. The attractive incentives under the existing logistic policy of 2018 is already there, but very soon, I think within another couple of weeks, we are coming up with our new logistic policy, warehousing and logistic policy as well. I'll be sharing certain key points of it with you. Projects covered for the incentives, these will be capital subsidy as well as front-end subsidies relating to stamp duty waivers, other exemption of the duties as well as capital subsidies. It includes warehouses, silos, cold chain facilities, and all are being given industrial status. Inland container depots also we are including in it, as well as container freight stations. The railway siding terminals like PM Gati Shakti has come up with in the country, they have identified 12 such sites in UPV. In our policy, we are coming up with almost a number which is going to be more than double of this number. And state government will be further incentivizing this. Logistics parks, truckers parks, cargo terminals, and for the inland waterways, we are also coming up with inland vessel subsidy on these inland vessels. We are planning to give upfront subsidies on the purchase of such kind of vessels, as well as construction of berthing terminals on both the sides of IW1. So this subsidy will be including we are planning to provide land to the operator. The model can be BOT model, which we have already done stakeholder consultation. And we are also planning to give certain upfront subsidies for the construction of the infrastructure facility over there. Facilitation of land, as I have mentioned, through a fast-track allotment, and this fast-track allotment is within 15 days. And the entire land is provided to the developer within 15 days. Regulatory clarity, white category activities, they have been included into white activity categories. Admissible height, there were certain limitations till 15 meters, but we have relaxed it. Beyond 15 meters, we are going. Ground coverage in parks and unit is being provided at a higher level, and the option of operating such warehousing facilities for 24/7 is also being provided. Additional incentives like promoting green logistics, skill development in the sector, quality certification, establishing center of excellences, and R&D sectors are also being considered. This is something on PM Gati Shakti, what the state has done, and as I was mentioning, UP is one of the top states in the country which is using this portal for already its planning for the upcoming infrastructural projects as well as planning of the industrial zones, the parks which we are planning in the states, along our expressways, along our other industrial areas, we are utilizing PM Gati Shakti layers as well. This is the progress of the mandatory layers of Government of India, DPIIT being the nodal department for it. And we have also come up with additional layers, and these are all available once it is made public in the public domain, so that most of the business houses or the entrepreneurs, as well as those who enter into the warehousing and logistics sector, they utilize this information which is readily available till the last mile on this portal. This is the way forward, how we are going to boost up this sector more, including more layers on this NMP portal so that it is more useful for the government as well as for the business, for the planning purpose as well as for executing their projects. Decision-making planning tool. The two dedicated industrial corridors which are going through the state, as I had mentioned, is the AKIC as well as DMIC. These layering and the infrastructure which is available in the state and which is going to come up in another 2 to 3 years is also being put up on this layer, as well as the multimodal transport hub as well as the logistic hub. Infrastructure gap analysis is being done, identification of new economic zones along the existing expressways, along the existing infrastructure which we already have, is also being done through this portal. Planning of new industrial zones, efficient project planning and implementation. The government of UP has given mandate to all the departments of the state government to 100% use this portal for their project conception, for their DPR making, as well as other planning purposes of the project. As I have already mentioned the new warehousing and logistic policies. The city logistic plan for all the municipal cities is coming up in the first phase. I had mentioned the 7 mega cities of UP, the city logistic plans have been made. Thank you. So just last thing, as I was mentioning to you, that state government is planning, has already decided for the Global Investor Summit 2023, 10th, 11th, 12th of February are the dates. And on behalf of the government, I also welcome you all to be part of it, to be part of the success story for the Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek Prakash. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on the various policy initiatives, etc., which are being taken by the government of Uttar Pradesh. We really look forward to the logistics policy, which is being launched in a couple of weeks. And we're very glad to hear about the capital subsidy, especially with regard to inland water terminals that you spoke about. That is something that all of us would be excited and looking forward to. Wish you all the very best also for your Global Investor Summit that you're having in February. I would now like to call upon Mr. Tamal Roy, President and Chief Strategy Officer for J.M. Bakshi Group, who brings to us the perspective of a concessionaire. He would be joining us virtually. And as part of this particular session, we also wanted to bring in an operators and concessionaires perspective. And that's essentially where Mr. Tamal Roy would be coming in and sharing his thoughts as well with us. I hope, yeah, we are connected online. Tamal is here. Over to you, Tamal. Can we check the audio, please? I think we're not able to. Tamal, maybe you're on mute. Could you just check that?
Yes, my bad. I think I was on mute. Am I audible now, everybody?
Perfect, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much once again. And yes, I'll try and bring in some practical aspects, which as a concessionaire we see, which causes us a little bit of concern, and probably there are areas where one would focus upon and smoothen the path in terms of actual implementation on the ground. A lot of work has been done over the last few years in terms of policies, and good work has been done. A lot of interaction has taken place with various stakeholders, like including us, and a lot of good work has been done on it. But when we're talking specifically about multimodal, let's just examine this a little bit more simply. What is multimodal? Basically, out of the 4 or 5 modes of transport, any hub where you change mode, right, from road to rail to the sea. Now, almost all the transport hubs that I will talk about, and I'm not talking about storage hubs or value addition hubs, are all multimodal. Take a port, take a MMLP, take an ICD, take a CFS, call it an FTWZ, call it a PFT. They are all multimodal, yet we have so many names for them. Not only the names, and I have no problems with the names. But there are so many agencies which regulate or operate this. Now what really needs to be thought through is it necessary? Why can't we have a much simpler regime which allows us to have a growing, let's say for example, let me try and explain what I'm trying to say. So let's say for example, an MMLP is said to have, you must have a minimum of 150 acres of land. Why can a concessionaire not start with a smaller than this thing and grow into an MMLP? At some stage, transform himself, if he wants to handle exim business, into an ICD or a part of it into an ICD. I would like to see the policy enablements for this kind of a thing. I know there is a lot of stress on numbers. It's important for us in India to have infrastructure, but it's equally important for us to ensure that the capital deployed is efficiently used. There is no skewed competition just because of the names that we are using. So I've seen good sheds competing with the PFT right next to each other, for example. setting this up are also aligned onto this. This, I think, is a very critical point that I would like to bring to the table and probably needs a little bit of further deliberation inside. The second thing about multimodalism is we've got to be also able to look at innovative ways of doing seamless multimodal transition. I'm again using the word deliberately, seamless. For example, I know a few years ago there was a company in Roster who did start up a road trailer, and they got into some arrangement with Indian Railways for doing something which could be carried on the rail and then seamlessly carried off onto the road. And I do remember at that point of time, one of the biggest hurdles which came was the road or the RTO rules. The RTO rules which do not or did not allow a chassis and a prime mover to be registered separately. So this was a small issue. Now let's look at the water transportation, or for that matter, inland water transportation, or RoRo, which we could do on the coast. It is not necessary for the RoRo ship, and in Europe and in more advanced countries, it is not done, that the prime mover or the tractor moves along with the chassis to the other end. You save space. You do not carry a driver, because the carriage of a driver makes you a passenger ship, and the rules and regulations change dramatically, and the cost goes up exponentially. Therefore, this is another part of this thing that needs to be addressed. I am told it is being addressed, but I haven't really seen this thing on the ground as yet. The ability to register a chassis differently from the prime mover or the tractor. Last but not least, for the exim logistics, a very critical element to provide a multimodal document called a true bill of lading, let's call it a true bill of lading for want of a simpler word, is the ability to have an ICD at the other end, right? So you have customs checking it at one end and at the other end. Now, in the ICDs, we have a lot of regulations. I'm not talking of the regulations within the ICD. I'm talking of the regulations to set up an ICD. I am not very sure that the country needs to be divided into red zones, blue zones, and orange zones. And for what reason? And if any private player is coming forward and is happy to put up an ICD and his good capital, putting up that ICD in a particular location, it's assumed that he's done his homework. And if he's done his homework and he's paying for the customs establishment, there is no reason why that should be allowed. And therefore, again, comes the question. For example, I question why 70 acres of land is necessary for an ICD. Why not 58? Just to throw a number, why not 58? So some of these smaller issues, the devil's in the details. I think what we as concessionaires look at is how the fine print reads, not the larger picture, and the policy is in the right direction, but we will be very eagerly looking forward to what comes out in the final rules, and we hope some of these guidelines will be actually looked at by the authorities and implemented to just ensure that the private player comes forward quickly and, has therefore being able to efficiently deploy his capital in a manner that suits all of us, including the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamal. Thank you, Tamal, for sharing your thoughts with us. And I think some very pertinent points that you brought to the fore. In terms of also essentially the role of policy in controlling supply or promoting supply in certain areas. That was something important that you brought up. And also how, on top of the current layers of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, the layers with regard to future supply being added, which in the case of UP, they were talking about that being the next step of it being added, the future layers of future supply being added, as well as how future policy direction or multiple policies interact with each other. So the layer with regard to policy as well becomes important in that sense. Thank you for bringing those to the fore, Tamal, and I'm confident we'll deliberate on those today and tomorrow as well. With this, I would now like to call upon Mr. P.L. Harnad, Chairman, Paradip Port Authority, and Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Authority. Looking forward to you sharing your thoughts.
So good evening to all of you. Can I have the next slide? So you know that already the Honorable Minister has spoken in the previous session, in the inaugural session, that the GDP, growth rate, the logistic cost, the share of logistic cost in GDP is almost 13 to 14% in India, and against this 8 to 9% in other countries. Here I'll just give just a general idea how the logistic cost in India is high compared to the USA, Europe, as well as the China. And you can see on the left-hand side, so how the modal mix is there. The modal mix in India is skewed towards the road transport. Almost 64% of the total transportation happens by road in India, whereas you can see in US, it is only 37%. And in countries like Europe, the waterway modal mix, waterway share is much higher, even almost equivalent to the road share. So this is the one very, very important factor which is actually creating problem in logistic cost, and there we have to find out solutions. You can see, if you see the Indian geographical landmass with reference to its coastal length, it's almost similar for India and USA. So the ratio is similar. But still, the logistic cost is much higher in India compared to US, mainly because of two reasons. The one being, we are dependent totally on road transport, almost 70% traffic by road, and our industries are mostly located deeper in the hinterland rather than the coastal regions. This is one of the major factors. The average lead, if you see, the average lead in India is almost 500 kilometers, whereas in USA is about less, and even European is much less. So if you go for a big picture of the Indian economy, which is going to emerge in the next 4 or 5 years, and at present we are about 2.7 trillion economy, with the kind of push being given by the government of India. So we will be growing to 5 trillion economy in next 5 years. So generally the port traffic grows at 1.1 to 1.5x of the GDP growth rate. Even if I take 1x, the port traffic grows at the rate of equivalent to GDP growth rate. So then I will have to handle the port sector, both the major and non-port sectors, have to handle about 2.3 billion tons of traffic by 2026. At present, they're handling 1.2. That means the exempt traffic handled by the port sector will be doubled in the next 4 or 5 years. Same with the container traffic. The container traffic has a strong correlation with the GDP growth rate. If I see that the million TEUs handled per trillion economy, the million TEUs of container traffic handled per trillion economy, it is 16 times in China, whereas it is 6 times in India. So with the kind of government push that is happening, so on industrialization, on the pharma, on the containerization, so this is expected to grow to 50 million TEUs from the existing 16 million TEUs. So a lot of container traffic we have to handle next 5 years. A lot of the bulk cargo are also we are expected to handle in the next 5 years. And you can see the capacity of the port sector as a whole here. You have the major ports have about 1,500 million ton capacity as on date, handling about 700 million tons. and non-major ports are handling as having 1,000 million tons. Both put together, the capacity of the port sector as on date in India is 2,500 million tons. Normally, it is said the thumb rule is it can handle only 70% of its capacity. That means the port sector with the existing capacity can handle about 1,800 million tons. Whereas our projections are about 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 billion tons, and our capacity at present is about 1.8 million tons. So there is a need to increase the capacity of the port sector in the next 4 or 5 years. Having realized this, the government of India, especially the Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, has given a lot of push on the capacity augmentation. In my opinion, the augmentation of the capacity in any transport sector is the first way of reducing logistic cost. So if the capacity is not there, the vessels will start waiting. If the rail capacity, the trains will start running late. So all this will add to the increase in logistic costs. So the best way to reduce the cost is increasing the capacity. So here you can see the kind of projects which are going to have, mostly on PPP mode in the next 4 or 5 years. In fact, the number of projects have been completed. I will not repeat it. The projects which are going to be awarded in next 3 years, almost 68 projects worth of 36,000 crores is going to be awarded, and they are going to be completed. This will give us approximately another 500 million tons of capacity only in major ports, and leave the non-major ports which are also expanding parallelly. So it will create the required capacity which can handle the anticipated 2.3 billion tons of EXIM traffic in next 4 or 5 years. And another plans the Minister of Shipping is having, Ports and Shipping is having, is we have a blueprint, Amrit Kal vision for the next 20 years, 2047. You can see that we want to create the port clusters, almost about 4 port clusters with 300 million ton capacity, 2 port clusters with 500 million ton capacity. Paradip will be 1 port cluster which will be going beyond 500 million ton capacity, maybe 600 in the next 25 years. And we want to increase the drafts of all the ports. At present, the average draft is about 14 meters in the ports in India. But we require to increase the draft in the coming years so that the logistic cost of the exporter or importer is reduced substantially. So we want to plan 18 to 20 meter draft ports and 5 in number in next 25 years. And also we have a plan to asset monetization plan is there, Gati Shakti master plan is there. I will not repeat for paucity of time. Then I will quickly go ahead now. Having increased the capacity of the ports, now the most vital part is the connectivity to the hinterland. So here, unfortunately, in India, as I said that, our industries and mines are located little away from the port, not in the coastal area, unlike China. So the connectivity plays a vital role, failing which, again, the logistic cost for the end user will be very, very high. So we have here the Gati Shakti master plan will play a major role in the port connectivity. In fact, port connectivity is one of the major area on which the Gati Shakti has been positioned upon. Here and in all the maritime states, and we had committees, and where the concerned port chairman was the head of the concerned state, and we have involved the state government, non-major ports, NHA, and as well as the railways, and we have formed a committees. We have extensive deliberations for the last 3-4 months, and we have found out what is the kind of connectivity we require for each port, not only for the major ports, for all the non-major ports. And we have identified, we have prioritized those, again within that prioritize the project which have to take on priority, and also at the same time it is not the only connectivity, but the terminal infrastructure within the port is also equally has to be augmented to compensate it, to match it. So number of actionable points we have identified within the Gati Shakti portal. Existing ongoing projects which are prioritized have to be completed on priority with a time-bound manner. And critical connectivities which are important for the port connectivity, either we will get it done through the concerned ministry or forming through SPVs and JVs along with the Sagarmala fund. And also we want to acquire the number of rakes and railway rakes also, so that we will be able to provide end-to-end solutions for various things. These are the various projects which have been identified. Total 136 projects in the port sector have been identified under Gati Shakti for major ports only. If you go to the non-major ports also, it will be, the number will go up to 198. And here number of rail projects, road projects have been flagged under Gati Shakti. So if you can go to road connectivity, the main, our entire, the theme of our improving the connectivity is not only improving the connectivity, but also to create an ecosystem where the overall logistic cost comes down. Here we can see one example where the inside ports, we want to provide a smart port management. Already all the ports are having, further we are improving it, and segregation of roads. And in the ports, normally the roads and the roads as well as the rail tracks, they cross each other, there will be surface crossings. Now we are going in Paradip, for example, from the port, for which I am a chairman. We have planned 4 different flyovers. 2 are already under construction, 2 more are going to be, construction is going to start. With this, there will be no crisscrossing, surface crossing, and between the railway and roadway. And similarly, so in Paradip, lot of road traffic it handles. Every day Paradip port receives. Paradip in fact is the second largest port in the country, handling almost about 120 million tons of traffic. We get about 3,000 trucks every day get in and 3,000 trucks every day get out. So it is a huge task, especially the iron ore trucks which are coming in. So the Orissa government, at present it is producing about 25 million tons of iron ore for export, which is expected to go up to 125 million tons by 2030. That means I will have to handle 5 times more iron ore export traffic and in the next 7 to 8 years. So we have discussed with the state government. We are coming out with a plan where we will be taking about the large land bank, about 500,000 acres of land in 20 to 30 kilometers away from the Paradip, where the road traffic will get terminated and the augmented road traffic will get terminated, and from there it will come by conveyor, and it will be developed by the SPV mode or by the PPP mode, and then we will provide a plug and play facility for all the customers and who are going to use this thing. This is one of the way we can reduce our logistic cost, because the greater the turnover of the trucks, greater will be the logistic cost. And we can see some of the rail connectivity is also very, very important for Paradip port. And we have identified that these are the various railway projects which are required to be augmented, quadrupled, tripled, or additional projects have been identified. And the projects which are already ongoing have been delayed for the last decade. And how to get them down, how the land acquisition problem has to be sorted out. So we got involved in that, and with the railway ministry, with the road ministry, and then we have finalized this master plan where the works are going on with a greater pace, with the time-bound lanes, and we are every quarterly we are having a coordination meeting, we are monitoring it. Since to handle the increased traffic by the port, it is going to 500 million tons, now it is 120 million tons. So there we require the waterways also. We identified 2 important waterways, National Waterway, waterway number 5, waterway number 63. These 2 will supplement and as well as complement the road and rail traffic for the connectivity. And you can see the dedicated freight corridors, which are very, very important. Already just I am flagging for your information. And the eastern dedicated freight corridor is running through the UP, and is almost expected to be completed by 2024. And East Coast DFC, the DPR is on, and we are talking with the Freight Corporation of India, Dedicated Freight Corporation, and to expedite this thing. So I'll just give you one example where, as a part of our port-led industrialization, we have given land for various pelletization plants. And they are going to produce about 50 million tons of pellets next 4 or 5 years. This 50 million tons of traffic, if the suppose iron ore has to come by rail traffic, it gets congested. It is not simply not possible to add additional 50 million tons. So we have forced them to go for a pipeline. So then we discussed with the state government also, and they have been immediately the ROW has been granted for them in the last 1 year. So now the cargo for the iron ore from the iron ore belt will come to the pellet plant in the port by conveyor, and from there it gets pelletized and gets exported or coastal shipped. So you can see how it will help in overall economics also. So the cost of operation of 1 ton by pipeline is about 150 rupees, whereas by rail is 627 rupees. That means 450 rupees per ton is saved if it comes by a pipeline. So massive, we have estimated that with this 50 million tons, we will be saving about more than 2,300 crores in terms of logistic costs every year. So this is one exercise we have done, where once they get operationalized, and they will realize that advantage of it. So you can see this, I'll just go for the next slide because of paucity of time. And you can see, here is one area where the thermal coal is coastal shipped. In fact, predominantly Paradip port almost handles about 30 million tons. Last year we handled thermal coal for coastal shipping to the southern powerhouses, especially Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Now with our marketing thing, and we have been able to market Paradip port for the western powerhouses also. In fact, you can see that by shifting the linkages from Korba is one field, which is towards the western side. The coal linkages for the western powerhouses will be shifted now to the eastern coal fields, that is the Mahanadi coal fields, and that it will get transported through the Paradip and to the western port. Already Rajasthan is already going for a tender. With this you can see the cost, we are able to convince with the cost per GCV. Cost per GCV, if it goes by all rail route, is 1.03, whereas it goes through Paradip is 1.09. It is a marginal difference. But now, because of shortage of coal, domestic coal, they are importing. The cost of imported coal per GCV is 2 rupees, 1 paisa. So it is much, much cheaper when compared to the imported coal to go for a coastal shipping of coal. And if you see, the Shyam Prasad Mukherjee port is the one port which has leveraged the waterway system to the biggest advantage. In fact, after especially the IBP, the Indo-Bangladesh Protocol has been commissioned, and we have been able to do substantial progress for transporting cargo to not only to Bangladesh, but also to our north frontier states. In fact, last year in the IBP route 21-22, the Shyam Prasad Mukherjee port has handled highest ever volume of 3.87 million tons through Indo-Bangladesh route. It is a substantial jump over the previous volumes. In fact, we have been able to do complete, already the Secretary Sir has already told about the Pandu, Haldia to Pandu, as well as the food grains and the steel products already has been done. But very recently, we have completed trial runs to various ports of Bangladesh, like Chattogram as well as the Mongla. From there, the cargo can get transported and shipped to the Assam and Tripura and Meghalaya. So this is one we have completed. We are going to commercially operationalize it very soon. And also, we are going to have an inaugural run from the Kolkata port to Sitwe port in Myanmar. And from there, it can go to Mizoram also. The cargo can be transshipped. This inaugural run we are planning in the month of December also. So these are some of the ways where we are providing an alternative connectivity to the north frontier portion of the country, as well as to the Bangladesh. At present, the existing routes of rail and road are congested. It leads to very high logistic costs. And just I will conclude that port-led industrialization, one of the biggest ways of reducing the logistic cost. So you can see that when the industry itself is located in the very nearer to the port, and it is the best thing to happen for anybody to reduce. So we have identified the land charts have been prepared by us for all the major ports of the country, and data of the land banks has been flagged, and we fully leveraging the Gati Shakti, we want to now industrialize this particular land on a priority basis, so that the port-led industrialization will be able to happen in a big way in future. Yeah, this is the last slide I want to inform you. You can see that apart from to improve the logistic environment, and we have been leveraging the technology. One is the NLP Marine, which is going to happen next by March 23. So it will be a complete comprehensive digital platform where a customer can deal with all the concerned organs of the government with a single platform. All EXIM transactions, whether he can talk to customs, railways, banks, finance, insurance, everything can be taken care, PGAs. And similarly, we are also in the process of reducing the port processes. At present, the total port processes are to the tune of 1800 plus processes are there, we want to reduce this process to 200 plus, so that customer is not required to have a cumbersome, misunderstood, wrongly understood procedures, where it will take time taking, increase the logistic cost. And we are also improving a number of digital solutions which are important and for a customer to have a very, he can do the business with a lot more ease than ever before, and with the ports. So these are some of the initiatives which are we taking. So ultimately to bring down the logistic cost, capacity augmentation, leveraging of technology, connectivity improvement are some of the various key points where the Gati Shakti will make a major impact in the coming years, and so that we will be able to handle the increased exim volumes in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harnath, for the insightful presentation. We were really impressed with all the innovative solutions that you're looking at in terms of decongesting the evacuation to the port as well. And we do hope some of the success that we've had at the Jalmarg Vikas program could be replicated on NW5 and NW64 as well. Thank you for that, sir. I would now like to call upon Captain A.K. Singh, CEO Adani Hazira and Dahej Port. He would be joining us virtually to kindly share his thoughts with us.
Thank you. Just an audio check. Audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I have experience Adani Group and the venture that I was spearheading. We have experience of moving longitudinal, long-distance cargoes from Haldia Port, Kolkata Port to the northeast, as well as to NW1, Sahibganj Port, and so on. So I'll just share the experiences I gathered along the way. In fact, 3 points is what I would like to stress on in the order of importance. The first one was that if we had a better vessel design, which was specifically designed for Indian waterways transportation, not the barges and Goa barges, basically the design that we do for light range of vessels into port, not those ones, but with a bigger block coefficient which can carry a little bit more cargo given the constraints of depth and the dredging constraints that exist in NW2 right now. NW1 is of course much better. Another 20% cargo in the vessel will make the voyage at least break even. So my request to Indian Waterways Authority and suggestion to them would be, because there are so many other imponderables right now, the vessel design, if popularized by the authority, and if they create a fleet of vessels which operators can take hold of, will improve the acceptance of the Indian Waterways transportation. Second was the sweating of assets. Now these points I spring from my own experience, that we know from the data points that these are handleable problems, but unless all of them are handled together, the commercial viability is a question mark and private operators would be hesitant to go in. So somewhere the facilitation must happen. So sweating of assets, primarily because it is mostly daylight navigation business, and if the daylight navigation constraint was removed and the asset was turned around faster, again it adds to the profitability. In terms of our analysis, night navigation or even 20 hours of navigation a day would add to about 20% of the recovery and the ROI. Apart from that, the existing inland waterway authority ports like Patna, Kaigar and Pandu, if the cargo turnaround performance can be improved, that adds another 5 to 10%. So this is another aspect that I would like to suggest that goes hand in hand with the improved vessel design, where you carry more cargo and therefore you are more profitable. But the best and the most important point that is existing is the lack of return cargoes. For example, from Kolkata or Haldia, there is enough cargo going up to NW1 as well as NW2. Return cargo is the question mark, because over a period of time, industry and industrial usage has moved away from the waterfront. Not only the coastal waterfront is lacking in industrialization. The speaker before me pointed out that the cargo is 500 kilometers. In the Indian waterways, a similar situation exists. From Pandu, we found our users about 100 kilometers away from the port. And that adds to the cost. The first mile is of course controllable because the cargo originates from one of the seaports. But the last mile is the killer over there. It adds to the cost, and ultimately, end to end, the customer doesn't gain very much by using water. On the waterfront, we are very, very competitive. It's about 1.6 rupees per ton per kilometer. But overall, we were struggling to match the trucking rates in India. So that is where somebody needs to look at it. Somebody has to be the authority and the government, because the industry has to be slowly brought back to the waterfront. And not only the coastal waterfront, but the river waterfront as well. So my suggestion, there are cargoes available, but even 25% of return cargo of the vessel capacity will make the voyage profitable. So there are three aspects involved simultaneously: better vessel design, sweating of assets, which is more turnaround at port as well as in the water, and some return cargo. All three come together, you are immediately commercially viable authority, and the government doesn't have to spend too much. We do our work, we realize that the numbers are good, we invest and we get into it. But till such things happen, I would request authority to build a best, propagate a better vessel design, if possible on their own, so that people can adapt it until the other factors fall in place. Then the experience of doing the voyages across state boundaries and the national boundaries was that there is a multiplicity and divergence of applications of existing rules in terms of dealing with the inland vessels. I would request somebody to, this forum, there are a lot of people there, UP is trying to do a lot of things. I hope the other states are also trying to do similar things. But the uniformity of regulatory environment is important, because, for example, you cross from India to Bangladesh at the Hemnagar and there is a delay, then you go across a few kilometers, again there is a checkpoint on the side. So a day and a half is lost over there. If that can be reduced, Indian Waterways is a low margin business, so if the delays can be reduced, obviously the operator has a better chance of survival. So those are the kind of things I'm talking about. In any case, Indian Waterways is a 9 to 10 month business because of the monsoon season that we have, where rivers are in spate and you can't really fight the currents for that window. So you need to recover your investment and make your profits in the 9 to 10 months available. Delays ultimately eat into your profitability. And the existing ports that the authority has, locationally they are beautiful. Pandu, Patna, they are in the heart of the city. They can be used as warehousing hubs and distribution points. If the movement from the warehousing activity is streamlined, most of these places are, because they are old ports, they are so congested that only night movement is allowed, and that with a lot of restrictions. For example, in Patna, Patua is the place where it is emerging as a distribution hub, whereas the Indian Waterway Terminal also could be developed as one, but the logistics connectivity has to be improved. Similarly, at Pandu in Gati, location is good. It can be toyed with the idea of using it as a distribution hub for cargo, which we brought in containers from Haldia. But a lot of imponderables, all of them we can tackle, but one by one, it will take some time for the sector to mature. And while the sector is maturing, my request to Indian Waterways Authority and the government is to treat the sector as a nascent one. Not expect too much premium for getting into the sector, operating terminals or building terminals. It has to be treated as some sector which needs hand-holding, encouragement, maybe a little bit of subsidy till it matures enough for it to be competitive on its own. Because, like I said earlier, ultimately the customer will decide what benefits him. If Indian Waterways water segment is beneficial but not the overall experience, then it will be very difficult to promote this. How to promote this, I have already shared from my experience, and I hope something can be done about it in the days going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain A.K. Singh, for sharing your thoughts. And a lot of what you said is also, we can hear the same and see it resonating with different initiatives which IWAI is taking. For example, the whole Earth Ganga program is about building the economy closer to the waterways. And we do expect some of that to start impacting the last mile distances that you spoke about, etc. And also the utilizations. As we have more industry coming closer to the waterways, with some of the incentives also that the government of UP, for example, is talking about to be coming on in the state logistics policy of theirs over the next couple of weeks, we do expect some of this to get more streamlined. But as you did say, it's a nascent sector. And does require support from everyone to take this forward together. I would now like to invite Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, Member Technical and Traffic in Charge, Inland Waterways Authority of India, to kindly share his thoughts.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think everything has already been covered, and now everyone is waiting to. So I will not take much of your time, but to start with, basically, I would like to cover only few points, and starting with that the ultimate objective of this conclave or any other conclave for multimodal connectivity is to reduce the logistics cost. And logistics cost, that to the tune of around 3 to 4% of the GDP. If we consider our GDP, 1% value of our GDP is around, say, 1.5 lakhs or quarter to 2 lakhs crore. So 3 to 4% of GDP reduction is amounting to around 7 to 8 lakh crore to the nation's booty. So basically, this is a very big challenge we have, that somehow if we are able to reduce our GDP, our logistics cost under 10%, it would have been a wonderful contribution. And for that contribution, right now I am serving the inland water sector, inland water transport sector. Earlier I used to be in road sector. So multimodal connectivity, if we somehow do it and reduce the logistics cost to that level, it will be really challenging. And right now, as far as inland water transport is concerned, we are basically somehow planning to connect ports, better evacuation of port-led port material with the help of the waterways, and how we are basically planning to improve our draft, what are the challenges with us, and whether we can do it in time to come in a low period of around 3 to 4 years, or we can do it for consistent efforts with around 10 years, or we can do it with consistent efforts in another 10 to 15 years. Basically, as this all know, that how we are basically comparing the cost of inland water transport with respect to the railways and roadways. We are around 50% of the roadways cost, or we can say if the road cost is around 1 rupee per kilometer per ton in a general concept, we are 40 paisa, and for railways it is 70 paisa. This is basically comparison for 1 rupee. And right now we are only 2% sharing the waterway as far as overall infrastructure is concerned, and modal share just 2% in India can be increased, and automatically this will have an effect of reducing the logistics cost in case we are synchronizing all activities related to waterway transport. This is also one of the comparison all over the world. This is a very, very common map which is always shown to these kind of discussions. We are only 2%. So many countries, they are more than 20%, and many of the countries, few countries are around 30 to 40%. These are the targets and Vision 2047, which I just wanted to share with you, that how we are basically planning. Right now, we are 109 million metric ton, as our chairman and secretary MOPSW has also mentioned. By 2030, we are planning for 200 million metric ton, and for 2047, we are planning for 500 million metric ton cargo. As far as operational waterways are concerned, we are right now 19 by 2030. We are planning for 26. In fact, right now we have already achieved 21, and by the end of this year, we will definitely achieve 22. And by the end of this 2047, which is the end of the Amrit Kal, in next 25 years, when we are planning for, okay, thank you. When we are basically planning for India as a developed country, so we are planning for 50 operational waterways. This, I just wanted to basically show that in case we are able to connect the ports through waterways and effective evacuation as well as cargo movement towards the port is ensured, then we can surely reduce the logistics cost. What are our efforts, which is available in this slide? And we have we have provided multimodality to Varanasi, we have provided multimodality to Sahibganj, Haldia, Jogi Ghopa terminal, Pandu terminal is already multimodal connected, and Kalughat intermodal connectivity is there. And all these details are basically, I am not going into the other details, and all these details are showing that how the multi-modal connectivity is ensured by IWT sector for all these multi-modal terminals. These are the potentials, how it has been divided into port-led cargo or the riverine cargo, how this is basically proportioned, and the port-led cargo, which is basically connected to port, is the major share. And we have also, this has already been identified and spoken by the Paradip Port Trust Chairman, that in case we are able to keep our industries nearer to the port, then surely the logistics cost is likely to be reduced drastically. These are some of the ports which are connected with waterways. I will not take much time. And these are the ports which are basically the planning which we are basically likely to have in near future, how we are basically planning to run or planning to use the NW1 with the help of these multimodal terminals and finally connected to the Haldia port. It will further lead to the connection to northeastern region, which is basically a strategic region. We are completely dependent on Chicken Neck, and we have to have the alternate route for the connectivity for the northeastern region. These are some of the details of the port connectivities which we are basically planning with the help of the inland waterways. These are some of the slides, but I would also like to basically just comment on few points which have been raised by our fellow colleagues, fellow panelists. Shri Abhishek ji has basically informed us that they are basically planning for a subsidy to construct the vessels. I would also like to add to it that Government of India has already provided one subsidy scheme for the construction of vessels. That subsidy scheme is already right now in place. And secondly, a better subsidy scheme for states are also under preparation. And I think within 6 months, it is likely to be floated to the states so that better financing schemes and better subsidy to various states, those who are interested to get from Government of India, is available. And regarding some of the challenges which has been raised by Chairman Paradip Port Trust, I would also like to say that we have 5 million tons of gypsum available near Paradip at IFCO plant. And because of the non-availability of the rakes at Paradip and because of the non-availability of proper draft available for the riverine route reaching to the Paradip port, we are not able to evacuate, and this evacuation has recently been started. It was not started earlier. So with the help of the inland water transport, this is very much needed right now, and it will help road as well as the rail traffic. And somehow, before I will skip some of the slides, but I will also suggest or discuss with you about the challenges in case we want to develop the inland water transport for the purpose of the multimodal connectivity. We have also to keep in mind that whether we are able to we are able to handle the challenges available for the inland water transport. That is, one is unpredictability, as the Honorable Chief Minister of UP has said that lot of silt is being carried by the rivers during the monsoon. So that silt has to be controlled somehow, either with the help of the dredging or with the help of the natural ways. Somehow it has to be channelized. And the draft issue is also there with the waterways. The viability of vessel can only be achieved once it is around 2,000 tons movement, and it needs around 2.5 meter draft. Only then the waterways are viable. So all these challenges are also to be seen. The priority for the water, first priority is the drinking, another is the riparian rights for the irrigation purposes. And transport has got the 6th level of priority as far as there. So minimum dredging is also one of the challenge. Unless and until the dredging is planned in a scientific way, in a natural way, the channelization of the river is planned in a natural way, creating the viability is really very difficult. First mile and last mile connectivity is also one of the challenge. In case we are able to integrate all those challenges in a comprehensive manner, we will be able to handle it by contributing IWT into the multimodal connectivity concept. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, for sharing your thoughts and also for summarizing and commenting on some of the earlier deliberations. It was really a great panel discussion in terms of having representation from the state, from the ports, from operators, concessionaires, and also from IWAI. I know we are running late on time, so I won't go further on this. We have quite a few interesting sessions tomorrow as well, with regard to the fairway, with regard to vessels, with regard to cruise tourism, passenger transport, and specific state sessions as well. Request all of you to kindly join us tomorrow as well for the deliberations in these sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, speakers, for your insightful deliberations. I request you to please join us for a photo op. We have the session starting tomorrow at 10 a.m., so request everybody to please be on time. And have a great evening. Thank you, good night, and namaskar.